Audio test 1, 2, 3. Second audio test 1, 2, 3.
Environment and Climate Change Committee. Welcome to everybody. Nice to see folks in person. As we begin our meeting today, on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded, unsurrendered Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Before we proceed, I'll ask the committee coordinator to do a quick roll call of all members.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Johnson. What did you say? Oh, here. Sorry. Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Luloff.
Bonjour.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair Carr.
Here.
Chairman Ard.
I am present.
You have quorum, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. And before we start as well, I want to give a congratulations to Isabel Skalski, who was just elected as the councillor for Osgoode Ward. So looking forward to working with Ms. Skalski when she joins us, I believe being sworn in on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. So we're looking forward to working with her. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, seeing none. Confirmation of minutes. Are the minutes confirmed from Environment and Climate Change Committee meeting of Tuesday, May 20th, 2025? Thank you. And we also have minutes from the ARAC and Environment Joint Meeting, also held on Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. Are those confirmed? Thank you very much. Response to inquiries. There is a response to inquiry on the agenda, rat season and the high volume of 311 calls. Good information in that response. So we also have one of the items on the agenda under IPDs is the fossil fuel advertisement review. There are several delegations registered. With the will of committee, I'd like to raise the item onto the agenda, onto the main agenda for today's meeting. Is that carried? Thank you very much. For the Infrastructure and Water Services Department, so I'm going to go through the consent agenda. I think probably there's just one item we can potentially consent on, but we'll go through it. The Drinking Water Quality Management System 2024 Management Review Report, that has a delegation, so we'll hold that. The Household Hazardous Waste Strategy has a presentation by staff and a motion, so we will hold that as well. The Waste Management Technologies Feasibility Study has delegations and a presentation, so we will hold that. And we have the Office of the City Clerk Status Update Environment and Climate Change Committee Inquiries and Motions for the period ending June 6, 2025. Can we receive this report for information? Thank you very much. And the IPD item is the last item which we'll come back to. So to kick off the meeting today, we're going to start with the Drinking Water Quality Management System 2024 Management Review Report. So there is no staff presentation. I will just ask the delegation, Dr. Ian McConaughey from the Ottawa Dental Society, to provide a delegation. Is Mr. McConaughey online? Okay. Oh, you could just come up to the front here. Great to see you. And you can click on your mic when it turns red. You're able to speak to us, and you've got 5 minutes to address the committee. Welcome this morning.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak here. As indicated, I'm here representing the Ottawa Dental Society. Firstly, to applaud the ongoing success of the city and its drinking water quality management system, the success of one of the best drinking water systems in the entire country, and the success of which for decades has also allowed for us the equal success of community water fluoridation benefiting the children and adults in Ottawa. Secondly, I come here with a cautionary tale related to the very same system. I'm lead of a recently formed working group of the Ottawa Dental Society, created in response to, frankly, dramatic threats to science-based public health policy arising from the appointment of Robert Kennedy Jr. as Secretary of Health and Human Services in the United States. His anti-fluoridation rants, his intentions to remove fluoride nationwide in the United States from all community water, has already resulted, as you'll probably be aware, in the banning of community water fluoridation in Utah and Florida. This wildfire has already crossed over the border into Canada this spring, with New Glasgow, Nova Scotia, removing fluoride after decades of its success and with no consultation with public health officials, following pressure from an anti-fluoridation group. There were already also actions in late 2024 from Montreal City Council. Montreal is not a fluoridated city, but West Island was fluoridated because they had not formed as part of a single political entity. They removed fluoride from the drinking water of the treatment plants in Dorval and Pointe Claire, again, with no consultation with public health. It's not all bad news by any means. Previous anti-fluoride movements locally, both in Windsor, Ontario and Calgary. In Windsor, it was, they succeeded in having community water fluoridation removed from those communities. Windsor in 2013, Calgary in 2011. Public health initiatives in both communities and research showed significant demonstrable increases in new decay, particularly in young children, which is where it would start, in those communities, resulting in decisions being overturned more recently and fluoride being reintroduced in 2025. Some additional background facts for you. Fluoridation, as you may know, has been identified from the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention as one of the top 10 public health measures of the 20th century. It remains strongly endorsed by multiple public health agencies around the world and leading health organizations as both safe and significant in its prevention of decay in children and into adult life. More recently, the Public Health Agency of Canada renewed its endorsement of community water fluoridation in 2022 with an excellent document referencing an approximate 25% reduction in decay in both children and adults as a result of community water fluoridation. A new analysis this month published in the Journal of the American Medical Association has proactively done research to predict what would happen in the United States should Kennedy be successful in his agenda. They anticipate with this analysis an increase in decay, largely in children, because that's where it's going to start, over a 5-year period of approximately 7.5%, costing the United States and its citizens $9.8 billion in a 5-year period. So, to be clear, currently there is no evidence here in Ottawa of any movement calling for the removal of community water fluoridation at this point. The strength of the city's drinking water management system, its excellent public health department, and informed and aware city council will help to protect the people of Ottawa, especially its children. But we too, as a dental society in Ottawa, are active. We are ready to assist in any sort of public information as needed. We also ask that you as councillors remain vigilant and listening to your community. So I thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate that, and I'm happy to answer any questions should there be any.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Dr. McConaughey. We do have a couple of questions from members of committee. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Ian, for coming out today. You spoke with us ahead of time, Councillor Johnson and I, to just warn us about these trends that are happening, and I appreciate it. So I guess you've seen the trends across the city, and you were saying that Ontario is actually the best province for fluoridation?
Ontario is probably the highest in the country. It's quite variable across the country. There are several different issues on why communities will not have community water fluoridation. One of them is the state of their equipment. And often fluoride will be removed as an opportunity when they go to replace or upgrade equipment and as a cost savings because of the cost per person, cost per capita of water fluoridation. The best costs are in those communities with larger populations. And that cost would be approximately about $5.50 per capita. It can go much higher in smaller communities. So there's a disincentive financially for those communities. That's one of the issues. Nationally, actually, Canada has a lower community water fluoridation percentage than does the United States. And that's because we have relatively smaller numbers of communities per capita in the country that have the opportunity to put the fluoride in. Plus, frankly, public health as a national momentum has had more success in the United States, which we are seeing very rapidly devolve under current leadership. So Ontario's the highest as a province. Surprisingly, Manitoba and Saskatchewan come in second and third, and then it goes smaller from there. And as I was mentioning earlier today, one of the interesting anomalies, the highest in the country, is Yukon. And that is because natural fluoride in their well systems approximates optimal levels. In Ottawa, for instance, the rural councillors, for instance, many of their citizens are not on city water, they're on well water. And there is natural fluoride in the water in the aquifers in the Ottawa area. And public health measures that, I believe, retired now, so I could be out of date. They measure and keep track of just what the actual natural fluoride is in the water so that families can be able, based on what the levels are, to determine for their children whether or not they need to give any sort of supplementation.
Thank you very much, Ian, for your support of our water system. It's great to hear from dentists that we're doing the right thing. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. McConaughey, for coming down today. I don't know if you recall, but I was one of your patients when I was a teenager. Just get that on the record.
I do recall.
And look at these teeth. No, so thank
I
you.
remember the good ones and the bad ones.
Okay.
Keep going, keep going.
I won't
I'll
ask
leave it
which
there,
side I was on.
Councillor.
So, Doctor, is there a correlation in the rationale why jurisdictions have either commenced campaigns and or removed fluoride from water? And I ask that question because if there is a main theme, I think I know the answer, but if there's a main theme, would it be more important for us to understand why these campaigns start to begin with so we can get ahead of, because we get requests, I won't say all the time, but frequently. No one is approaching us to keep fluoride in the water because no one sees it as being threatened. We're constantly being asked to remove fluoride. But if we can address people's concerns, which I think are mostly false, about the impacts of fluoride in water, then I think we'd be doing the public a service in this regard. Can you just offer your
It's an excellent question, and it mirrors to a degree what we as a dental community speculated on, whether we should proactively start to reach out to every one of the counselors and go through an education process to help them better understand the issue. But then decided, no, we're better just to inform several of the counselors. And I used geographic priority and chose some West End counselors, and I know them, and I follow Lane Johnson's newsletter, and I've worked with Teresa before. So to your question, I think it is best doing things like this, and the fact that you've got this water quality report that you do on an annual basis that demonstrates consistently excellent responses, excellent results, because that's one of the things that the anti-fluoridation groups will hold on to where there's an opportunity in investigating what's happening locally in a community. The other things that come up in those arguments are, you don't need it now because there's so many sources of fluoride from fluoride treatments, et cetera, and health levels in general are improved. The reality is that decay is actually increasing, and I think you'll see when the numbers come out with the currently ongoing Canadian Health Measures Survey, the Oral Health Survey underway, as they start reporting out later this year or into 2026, My guess is that there are some elements of that where we have consistently on those CMHS surveys seen improvements each time they do it, about every 10 years or so. I think we'll see areas dropping off. And that's because of a number of things. Pandemic probably played a role to a certain extent. The increase in sugars in our diets, particularly in the adolescents and children, obesity levels. And with that decay going up to counter the benefits that we have through public health measures like this. But I think your best positioning is to be informed, to stay on top of. I recommend to your attention, it's an interesting document, the report from the Public Health Agency of Canada in 2022, which lays out the whole situation in the country and has some interesting charts that prove of interest. And besides informing yourself, collaborating. And yes, touting the benefits of public health in general and public health measures that the city does and does really well, and showing pride in success, and then collaborating with organizations like the medical community, the dental community on these public health things as issues arise. Because the reality is the anti-fluoridation movement is always out there to some degree. And I don't mind that, because I think healthy critiquing, healthy skepticism on public health measures is a part of the democratic process, that we have to be able to respond to that criticism or that skepticism with good, solid, evidence-based information, and then being able to stand up to that. It's the same thing as the whole vaccination issue and the measles outbreak, et cetera. You've lived with all of that through the pandemic. But you know, good evidence is always the best.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for the response to committee members. And thank you to staff for doing an excellent job of maintaining a safe and healthy drinking water supply for our city and residents in full conformance with the province's drinking water quality management standards. Is this item received? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to the household hazardous waste strategy. We have a presentation from city staff and a motion on this item. So after the presentation, I'll have Vice Chair Carr read in the motion. Just in a minute. We'll just I want to make sure it's circulated to members. So we'll send it around right now. Okay, over to you, Shelley and Andrea.
Good morning, Environment Committee members. So as you know, I'm Shelley McDonald, the Director of Solid Waste Services. I'm joined today by Andrea Gay-Farley, Program Manager of Waste Collections, Programs, and Customer Service. I'm excited to be here with you today to discuss the Household Hazardous Waste Strategy Report. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on the implementation of the Provincial Hazardous and Special Products Program that began January 1st, 2023, the impacts of that regulatory rollout on the city's current household hazardous waste collection events, possible improvements to the collection service due to some limitations of our current large collection events, and to outline the development of a more permanent and convenient strategy for household hazardous waste collection options for Ottawa residents. I'll now hand things over to Andrea.
Sorry, I always think I'm loud enough as it is. Good morning. Thank you, Shelley. I would like to start by reviewing the report recommendations. So if we can hop to slide 2. Perfect. In order to give us time for the planning of a more permanent, more convenient drop-off option for the collection of household hazardous waste and other material for residents, staff have drafted the following recommendations for household hazardous waste strategy. Approve the continuation of the household hazardous waste collection events, the number of which will be approved through the annual budget process, but shall be no more than less than 9 events per year. Direct staff to begin the detailed planning, including locating sites and costing for several micro household hazardous waste collection events in different areas of the city to serve as a pilot in 2026 and as described in the report, and report back to council on any incremental costs required through the 2026 budget process, and direct staff to continue to explore the implementation of a permanent multi-use depot for household hazardous waste, which would include options for other divertible materials collection programs that are to be implemented as part of the action suites of the Solid Waste Master Plan, and report back to council as described in the report in 2027. Next slide, please. So as committee members are aware, the landscape of waste management within the City of Ottawa has changed in the recent years as a result of the province's transition to individual responsibility models under the Resource Recovery and Circular Economy Act. We continue to evaluate our programs and services in response to these provincial changes and in alignment with the goals and objectives of the Solid Waste Master Plan. The Hazardous and Special Products Program was implemented in Ontario on January 1st, 2023. This established an individual producer responsibility model requiring producers to be responsible for their materials designated under the regulation, and in addition mandated a change to the funding mechanism where the responsibility for the safe collection and disposal of these materials are to be placed on producers. It is important to note that not all household hazardous waste materials are designated under the Hazardous and Special Products Regulation. So while the responsibility of hazardous and special products of designated materials fall under the purview of the province, the city has and proposes to continue to offer household hazardous waste collection for residents to ensure that these materials can be collected safely and do not end up in our city collection trucks, at the Trail Waste Landfill facility, or in our natural environment. Staff will continue to engage with service providers, producers, and other municipalities to identify collection opportunities for household hazardous waste events, ensure that the regulated compensation is being sought from producers that the city is entitled to, and understand and advocate for producers to meet collection requirements under the HSP regulation. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the intent of the HSP regulation was expected to make producers financially responsible for the collection and safe disposal of the designated HSP material. However, the city continues to absorb much of the cost to manage household hazardous waste due to the following 3 conditions. First, there's a lack of compensation from producer responsibility organizations for designated materials under the regulation. For example, in 2024, total funding received from the pros for the city of HHW collection events amounted to less than 40% of the expenses incurred. Second, it is important to note that there's no compensation for materials that are not designated under the HSP regulation. Only half of the materials dropped off by residents and accepted at the city's household hazardous waste events are designated for producer responsibility. The remaining portion of these materials are collected and paid for by the city as no funding is available. And third, there is limited enforcement of the requirements under the HSP regulation. The HSP regulation outlines complicated requirements for producers to follow and for authoritative body to adequately enforce. Producers do not have to meet recovery targets, but instead must establish a number of collection sites that are based on population and product size. Next slide, please. So the City of Ottawa's Solid Waste Master Plan was approved last June. Congratulations, nice job, 30-year plan ahead. One of the first action suites to be implemented was a municipal hazardous solid waste strategy. It is noted that though the current household hazardous waste collection events are cost-effective, well-organized, and well-attended, they are limited in terms of operating days and locations throughout the city. The development of a household hazardous waste collection strategy included options that maintain efficient and financially prudent operating costs, ensures the safe handling and disposal of materials, and makes collection times and locations accessible and convenient for residents. A municipal scan and current state analysis were used to help in the development of the collection options. Several different systems were reviewed to determine possible options for collecting household hazardous waste from Ottawa residents, and is described in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So the status quo for us is that the city holds 9 household hazardous waste events every year, annually from April to November. As mentioned previously, the city currently has funding agreements with pros to provide some financial compensation for the costs incurred by the city to mobilize these events. Though the current collection events are cost efficient to run, these large events provide a very basic collection service to residents, given the limited flexibility for available locations for siting these large events throughout the city. Further, these events are inconvenient for residents, only offering 9 days each year to drop off material at locations that may not be accessible for cyclists or pedestrian walk-ups. In addition to the review of the status quo collection, staff explored potential permanent depot collection sites for Ottawa. Many communities across Ontario have implemented permanent depots for managing various waste from their residents, including household hazardous waste. The establishment of a permanent depot in Ottawa would significantly increase the opportunity for residents to drop off their household hazardous waste during established and regular times. This flexibility would reduce residents having to accumulate hazardous waste for a convenient collection day. The ideal situation would be establishing a permanent depot that could also operate as a multi-purpose drop-off location, potentially accepting a range of materials such as textiles, bulky items, appliances, e-waste, in addition to household hazardous waste. To this end, the Solid Waste Services has initiated a number of projects as part of the Solid Waste Master Plan to determine the feasibility of expanding the waste diversion options in Ottawa through possible reuse and recycling markets. As these initiatives are in the early stages of planning, staff could work closely to ensure alignment of the needs of this feasibility study and conceptual design in the development of a permanent depot. We also considered 2 other options. A few municipalities employ a mobile collection system, sometimes referred to as a toxic taxi or chemical cab, that collects materials directly from residential properties. This service provides a convenient collection and would help address mobility challenges for residents who are unable to bring materials to the city's collection events through personal or public transportation. This mobile system would be limited to a small number of residents serviced per day and would limit the volume of materials collected. Staff also considered to eliminate or reduce the household hazardous waste materials collected by the city. Ontario municipalities are not regulated to collect products from that are designated under the HSP regulation from residents, as the onus is on producers to be responsible for ensuring their collection. Items such as paints and coatings, lighting, waste oil filters, and waste electronics have numerous take-back locations across Ottawa. However, some items such as solvents and pesticides do not have return to retail options, as they are considered more hazardous and require special containment, transportation, and environmental compliance approvals. Further, elimination or reduction of the service would prove to be confusing and inconvenient for residents, as they would be required to go to multiple locations to drop off their waste materials, even once producers had been able to set up all the collection sites they are responsible for. This change in service would increase the risk of improper waste disposal in our collection vehicles, at landfills, and in the natural environment. It is not being recommended by staff. Next slide, please. So based on the review of the individual household hazardous waste options, staff developed possible bundled options to improve service to residents, aiming to increase drop-off days and continue to service various locations throughout the city's large geographical footprint. These options are listed on the screen in front of you. So we looked at just the status quo, 1 or 2 permanent depots, and then 1 or 2 permanent depots coupled with either smaller events or the toxic taxi. And so we looked at all of these options. Just to note here, the smaller collection events on this option bundle, it would limit the materials accepted and allow for the events to be held at smaller sites. In addition, mobile collection option can only be implemented with permanent depots, so that we have to ensure that residents have other options available to them, as well as allow for storage of these materials until disposal can be arranged. Next slide, please. So this is a simplified table of what is contained in the report. Once the options were bundled, a multi-criteria analysis was used to evaluate using a set of criteria for each category: social implications, environmental sustainability, and financial availability, based on the needs as applicable to the municipal household hazardous waste collection program, as described in the table. Each of the criteria in the matrix was assigned a score of 1 to 5, with 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest. This process was developed to keep the evaluation simple and transparent. A cost range was added to help provide visibility on the high-level annual cost estimate that is expected to be required for each implementation of the option considered. As evident from the results of the table, the gold standard for our service to residents would be implement at least 2 permanent depots with 2 toxic taxis, given that these options would provide increased operation days to facilitate dropout throughout the city and provide curbside service to those residents that needed it. However, this option would also require a significant increase to the budget in both capital and operating costs. Next slide, please. So once we had evaluated the options and we knew what we wanted to move towards, staff recognized that a gap would exist until a permanent solution could be established. It has been challenging for all our residents to have access to the larger collection events, and the need for an interim solution was clear. Staff strived to identify a solution that required limited lead time for planning, executing, and is still financially responsible. To this end, staff are recommending piloting a program of micro events in areas in the city where current servicing might be limited, and as soon as 2026. This option would not require the implementation of an appointment booking system or procuring and equipping fleet vehicles, as it would be required for the mobile collection service, and would eliminate the need for land acquisition and facility construction necessary for permanent depots. Though further planning is required to confirm depots for possible micro-event siting and costing from the city's contractor, in implementing several smaller and limited events that accept reduced quantities of waste from walk-ups or cyclists could be accommodated on smaller properties, like community centers, and provide household hazardous waste collection events in different areas of the city. Next slide, please. So to recap, staff are asking committee to recommend to council to approve the continuation of the household hazardous waste collection events, which will be approved through the annual budget process and be no less than 9 a year. Direct staff begin the planning of the micro event pilot and report back to councils with details through the 2026 budget process. And direct staff to continue to explore the opportunities for permanent depots in conjunction with the projects moving along with the solid waste master plan. Next slide, please. So that concludes our presentation today. Happy to take your comments.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Andrea. That's appreciated. And I know there was some briefings in advance as well. I'm going to just ask that the Vice Chair read in a motion about advocacy on the item, and people may want to ask staff some of the context, but Vice Chair, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas the province of Ontario has been transitioning recycling programs to an individual producer responsibility model, which is intended to make producers of products and packaging fully responsible for the cost of collection and recycling at end of life, and whereas 4 recycling programs offered in Ontario have fully transitioned to the IPR model, batteries, electronics, tires, and hazardous and special products, and the 5th program, Blue Box, to fully transition in 2026, each with their own challenges and successes arising through the transition of each program, and whereas the Hazardous and Special Products HSP program fully transitioned in Ontario under the province's IPA program on January 1st, 2023, and whereas not all household hazardous waste materials are designated under the HSP regulation and remain a safe disposal concern, and whereas the City of Ottawa has and continues to hold household hazardous waste collection events to ensure that hazardous materials are safely managed and disposed of and do not end up in our collection vehicles, in the trail waste facility landfill, in the natural environment, or other waste processing facilities, and whereas full compensation for household hazardous waste collection events is not required under the HSP regulation, even though many of the items collected are designated material for producer responsibility. And Whereas the provincial Blue Box program will fully shift the cities of Ottawa's blue and black bin recycling programs to IPR under the lead producer responsibility organization, Circular Materials, who will be responsible for collecting recycling from eligible sources starting January 1st, 2026. And whereas City of Ottawa staff have worked diligently to ensure the transition of IPR programs is as seamless as possible to residents and as cost-effective as possible for the city. And whereas many of the recently proposed amendments to Ontario's Blue Box regulation would erode producer responsibility and weaken the effectiveness of the recycling program, therefore, be it resolved that staff and Solid Waste Services be directed to work with Councillor Brockington and the Mayor's office to advocate to the Province of Ontario for stronger support with the IPR programs, including the expansion of materials that are designated for producer responsibility, stronger targets for designated materials, more accountability for the producers to meet the requirements of the regulations, and more emphasis on working with municipalities. And be it further resolved that the funding structure for compensating municipalities be revisited to ensure shortfalls of producers do not result in deficits for municipalities in instances where municipalities collect, transport, and dispose of products or packaging that fall under the IPR regulations. And therefore, be it further resolved that staff report back in Q4 2025 on advocacy efforts, outcomes, and achievements ahead of the full transition of the provincial Blue Box program that will begin on January 1st, 2026.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair. I think the amount of information in that motion is an educational piece as much as it is important that we all advocate on this. Councillor Brockington's obviously named because of AMO and the mayor in his role, but this we all have, AMO in August coming up. There's a meeting with ministers. This is an education piece for all of us to do that sort of work. I did want to make sure staff can just comment briefly on the motion. Obviously, you've been working with the province on this, but there are remaining outstanding issues and items that are of concern. Can you just, obviously the motion speaks more general level, if you can get into a bit more specifics on what I guess the biggest concerns are. January 1st is coming quickly, and I don't think a lot of people in Ottawa know that it's not going to be the city collecting your blue and black box anymore. That is transitioning to another organization, Circular Materials, transitioned from the province, from the provincial government that's procured it, and they were going to be collecting those materials. So just if you can outline some of the issues on the household hazardous waste side and the transition IPR, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair, very much. Staff have been working since I started in solid waste services and became the IPR girl in 2020 with our municipal counterparts through AMO and through M3RC, with a group of AMO plus Toronto. And we've been working at the staff level to provide advocacy on all the IPR programs. We have been parties to several letters and several advocacy events with the ministry and the minister's office. But now we really want to engage our political counterparts so that we can have advocacy at all the levels affecting our residents going forward. So specifically to HSP, we have materials that are not designated and used to be designated. It would be lovely if they could add those back and make them designated, make producers responsible for them. It would also be great if they could meet their collection event targets. And if they don't want to meet their event targets, we're happy to collect the material. We're hosting these events for the non-designated materials. I'm sure there's a way we can come to some compensation that would make sense for the city. So that's really the two fronts of the HSP regulation we're looking for. We speak a little bit about the authoritative body, which is the resource recovery. I'm going to get it wrong, RIPRA, recourse recovery, because we always just call them RIPRA. I'll get the actual name for you, but the authority body, we always sort of harp on them for not holding the producers to accountability, but the regulation is complicated. So for them to try and figure out collection sites based on a municipality population, and then they say, well, we've got 2 locations in Kemptville, that sort of counts. It's very tricky for the authority body to have clear direction on the enforcing the regulation. So it's less about that and more about what you can do and working with municipalities to make the program stronger.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I'm going to go to Councillor Curry in 1 second. Just on the day of collection, is that remaining the same day as the garbage collection? Has that been sorted out now? Finally, because I know there was some concern that people could be putting out garbage one day and then have another day where they have to put out a blue and black. We really don't want that. We want it all same day. same time ideally.
So we continue to work on that. I don't have a yes or no answer. We are working within our constraints of the regulation, and they are working within their requirements of the regulation. As we get clear responses, again, we'll be seeking political help if we can't align the days, as we've presented many times that is a possibility. If we can't align the games, that's when we will be reaching out to say, help us.
Yeah, it's a major issue. We can't let that happen. We got to get it on the same day. Councillor Curry, over to you.
Yeah, just sort of on both of these motions potentially. I understand the motion that's in our agenda. You're going to look at the costing for the potential new system. We have the taxis, we have the local permanent spots. But right now, what we have, do you have an actual dollar figure? You know, we're 40%, we get 40%, we get 35% or whatever the numbers are. But what is the actual dollar figure that we're short?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Just give me a section. I have a table. I can't remember numbers like this. So in 2024, the total cost to mobilize the events was $1.2 million. And our funding amounted to $300,000.
Okay, so in my opinion, these are small dollars. What about just saying to the province, listen, if we're going to continue to do this, make up the difference, put up create a grant that would make that difference up until you sort out something else. The rest of it is so complex, getting producers to take it back and what their costs are, all the rest of it. Couldn't there just be something more simple? Is that what you've been advocating for? Just give us, you know, $900,000 a year.
Thank you for the question, Chair, through you. That's what it used to be. It used to be a stewardship type funding where all producers of products paid into a fund. And then that fund was distributed to municipalities based on some formula, some magic formula. And so the transition to an individual producer responsibility was meant to make producers directly accountable for the materials they put in. So the stewardship model, producers are saying, well, I put in this much, but I only put in this much material. So the goal of IPR is actually to have producers pay for what they put in the market and get it out of the market. And the thought of that, I know you know, but the thought of that is the more they have to pay to get it out, the less they're going to put in. And so that's the whole circular economy and thought process behind individual producer responsibility. We're in a bit of a weird situation with HSP in that we have some materials not designated that we collect, so they're not even offered up for funding. And the regulation is, I've said it before, so I apologize for repeating myself, the regulation is complicated. So it's not telling producers to meet targets. It's saying provide this many collection events for this material based on population. So if they have those many collection events, so I'm going to give a facetious example. Say they needed 20 in the city of Ottawa and put them all in the Glebe. They could say they've done their job. But someone out in Constance Bay would have to travel all the way to the Glebe to get to that event. So the regulation is complicated.
I know, I hear that. I'm just saying the money's not though. Like it's pretty straightforward. Let them just ask for the money.
We, as staff, we've not advocated for different funding mechanisms. We've tried to work within the confines of the regulation and what is required.
Okay, well, I would recommend we just ask for the money. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for bringing this up, Mr. Chair. I think it's very important. People are very passionate about their garbage or recycling. So, you know, seeing a different colored vehicle probably going down your street will be an automatic trigger for most people. So what I'm hearing from you essentially is, I guess the recycle runway is kind of getting short. And, you know, January 1st is sneaking up on us pretty quick. Obviously, submitting a letter to AMO and pressuring from that front is truly important. Do you envision, I'm just thinking, I think the chair's brought it up, would it be different days, all these kind of things? I think as things happen, if it can be briefed by memo, Mr. Chair, I think this is very critical. You know firsthand because you field a lot of the calls as an environment chair. People are very, very worried about that. And I think a memo would be suffice to be able to just keep us in the loop about what's happening. If I can get a commitment and if that's okay with the chair.
Yeah, just over to staff, please. I think that's a good idea.
So thank you for the question and the suggestion. I very appreciate it through the chair. We'd be happy to update you by memo. There are lots of unknowns, and as you're aware, the province just dropped a set of amendments to the blue box regulation.
Yes.
So we've got comments on those going in already, both from us ourselves and through our working group. So very much appreciate the offer. We'll take you up on it. And to remind you that we have a report coming in September. We're hoping we have enough of the unknowns done by then to bring you a report to give you an update. This is not stalling our communication plans. So we have communication plans coming that'll start rolling out. If we start too soon, it's going to get complicated, but we start rolling them out in the fall and making it very clear that Circular Materials is responsible for the collection of curbside and multi-res buildings. So we've got a communication plan that'll roll out that we'll also share with your offices as we start to line up where we'll be targeting messaging coming out. And that will be fully detailed in the September report, but happy to bring you some memos between then and now, and especially ahead of AMO in case you're sitting around chatting with your counterparts. And I want you to be up to speed on where we are with all the IPR programs, including Blue Box.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I'll be meeting with many counterparts from across the province through my FCM hat, where I have to do some stuff too. So I'll certainly bring that up. And obviously we've thought of a plan we made. I remember Maria McRae and myself standing at the dual load garbage / recycle truck back in the day. Decisions are being made around those with contracting and things too. Obviously it'll be a different world if the province is getting involved.
Yeah, so thank you for the question through you, Chair. So you'll remember that Council had the wisdom to extend our contracts into the first 3 months of the year.
Right.
When we talked to Andre, who you guys are familiar with, that said we're going to change everything on January 1st, he lost it, for lack of better words.
Yeah,
nobody wants to change anything on January 1st. So we've extended our waste collection contracts into the end of March.
Smart.
So any change to our residents, if there is change to our residents, won't happen in that first part of that complicated part of the year where you're stuck on Christmas, stuck on New Year's into the new year. It will happen in 3 months in, and gives us more time to communicate changes, if any. So
Great.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. And again, obviously we have 5 zones. We have the different trucks in each zone. Do we own some of the trucks that have the dual capacity in them? And what would that second use be if we're not in charge of the recycling anymore? Is there something that will happen, a plan around that as well?
Yes, so as you know, as part of the curbside collection contract, we're separately collecting leaf and yard waste all year around.
Yeah.
And so we'll be able to use those
Both sides of the truck
so
for it?
organic specifically and leaf and yard. And with the success thus far of the 3-item limit, there may even be opportunities to put garbage and organics in one truck.
Oh, good. So there'll be a strategy around that. So it wasn't a waste of money. We're going to be able to use both sides of that truck.
That is correct.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate it.
Good questions. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I strongly support the set of staff recommendations that are before us. Thank you for your report and the update this morning, and I support the Menard motion that's on the floor as well. I am a huge supporter of hazardous waste depots. I think everything we can do to divert the material that is deemed hazardous waste from our landfills is critical. And this is one, of course, of many programs that the team offers. But if you just reflect on the materials that we're collecting at these depots, you would understand that we need more of them, not less. So thank you. I have to raise today, again on the record, a concern I have, and that is the location of our depots, which I understand are driven by space and perhaps ability to travel. There are many neighborhoods within the core who have trouble getting to depots, particularly people who don't own a vehicle. But I'm comforted by your proposal here for many household depots, which may address that. So I'd like you to expand on that. And I'll just raise my other point, and that is, again, a lot of my older residents who don't have the ability to travel out to some of our depots on the periphery, who have hazardous waste and don't know how to safely dispose of it. So perhaps those micro depots will address that as well. But if you could just comment, that would be great.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much for the question. Let's start with the collection of talking about the micro events. So we knew that when we wanted to move towards a permanent depot location, we would still have a gap while we waited for some of the solid waste master plans projects to firm up. So in addressing that gap, this micro event came up and we started talking about planning it, but we knew because of budget implications, we'd have to come to committee to seek approval to look into it. So this is, should you grant us approval today and should council grant us approval, we are starting to work on with our vendor and with you to see where we could best locate these events. And so think of bigger parking lots, think of community centers. We may actually be able to get to locations like that, but we would limit what we could take. And we would work for the area councillor to talk about how to best communicate that. Because we want to make sure it is serving as many people as we can in that small environment and dealing with the items that don't have take it back locations near that location. So that's what we'll be looking for. We'll be looking to do micro events. We'll be looking to make it at the material that's the most difficult to get rid of and bringing those costs back to the 2026 budget process. You had two parts of the question. Does that answer it? The toxic taxi will be the toxic taxi, chemical cab, the mobile solution. I like toxic taxi. That will be obviously the panacea for those residents that can't get out, but it's an expensive option and we need to have somewhere to go pick it up, drop it off and go pick up the next one or route it so similar materials are collected. We have them in small batches in our house and don't even think of them, but as soon as you start to agglomerate it, you're getting into some dangerous chemical that if they mix, you're not in a fun time. So that's why there's so much regulation around it, even though they're safe in our households.
No, I appreciate that. And every time I publicly discuss hazardous waste depots, I receive calls and emails from mostly older adults, and I end up trying to facilitate that collection, and my garage has become a storage depot until the next depot comes up, and it's hard for me to get there as well. And most are in your ward, Councillor Devine, they call me from your ward. But anyway, I support what's before us. I am encouraged that we are trying to expand our ability to collect these materials because they are hazardous. And when it comes to council, I'll be supporting both motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and for your advocacy at AMO on this item in particular. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. You had noted in the presentation that about 50% of hazardous waste materials are not designated. What are those? What does that 50% comprise of?
Thank you for the question. So examples are fertilizers, sharps, pharmaceuticals, fire extinguishers, and refuelable propane containers. All of those, all or some of those used to be collected before.
Okay.
And now we're collecting them. We're still collecting them, but we have to pay for their disposal.
And so in terms of the stuff that are designated, it's your more common household things, right? Like paint, light bulbs.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. When it comes to the idea of mobile collection seems like something that will benefit a lot of residents. It does sound expensive, as you confirmed, and sometimes the toxic taxi and the things about mixing things together and not having a fun time. I don't know if we're talking about waste or people. So when it comes to that, are there opportunities for things like cost recovery, like charging a fee for such a collection? Are we going to consider it, or is it even legal within the legislative framework for us to do that?
Thank you for the question, through you, Chair. I think it is something we are definitely going to explore as we bring back the options. As I mentioned, we're not mandated to collect things that are producer responsibility, so it is up to us to define level of service. I think it will be something that we definitely come back with in showing you what the costs are and what a user pay system would look like. So yes.
Okay. And are there currently partnerships or partnership opportunities for some of those non-designated materials? Like I'm thinking of propane tanks specifically. That's the only one that comes to mind where I think some places offer like take back programs, like not in part, like independent of the city? Will opportunities like that sort of be explored? I know that'll be sort of on our own, not with the province, but will opportunities like that be also explored, or have they?
Thank you for the question. Definitely, we'll take that under consideration,
Okay.
looking for opportunities to partner to obviously have some of our costs covered.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Good questions on those, the actual items that are not included. It's important to get that information. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you were saying that obviously all the regulations around this implementation is complex, but I was just wondering if you could still elaborate on if any mechanisms exist to ensure producer responsibility organizations actually fulfill their obligations rather than free riding on municipal services.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. And I probably should not be so tongue in cheek because the authority body does do its best to enforce the regulations. So the producers do have to supply, I believe it's on an annual basis. Maybe someone can help confirm for me, but the producers do have to supply how they're meeting the regulation to the authority body every year. And there is a fine structure under the regulation that holds them accountable. So there are mechanisms in place. It has just taken longer than we originally thought from that 23 and 23 launch for them to come to what we thought the regulation would establish within a couple of years. They're not there yet, and that's why we're flagging that some of the challenges of how complicated it is sort of hindering them meeting all the requirements. And even if they met all the requirements, municipalities would still have a challenge keeping HSP material out of our collection events.
In terms of the fines under the regulations, would that be a source of revenue ultimately for municipalities?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. It's to the province.
So I suppose in terms of our advocacy, we would have to ensure that any fines that result from this regulatory framework makes its way back to municipalities.
Through you, Chair. Thank you again. I think I would like to get back to you, Councillor, because I know that the rules around where the fine money goes is quite defined, but I believe it goes right back into diversion programs through the province. But let me get back to you on where exactly, because there is some clear criteria where that fine money does end up.
I appreciate that because I do agree with Councillor Curry. We just need the money. We need the bag of money. And I know you were talking about the change in the stewardship system. So let me go about this another way. Can the city consider legal action against the producer responsibility organizations for inadequate compensation, particularly the Product Care Association's 35% funding rate?
Through you, Chair. I don't. Jennifer, can you help me with this answer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we would anticipate that the regulation would apply, and it's quite prescriptive, so we don't anticipate legal action being an avenue at this time.
Okay. I wish that there were a larger multitude of options that were available to the municipality to really reduce this gap, because it's a major gap. But I'll definitely be supporting the motion, especially around advocacy, because I think we have to explore all tools to ensure that we have the appropriate level of revenue to make the municipality whole. I only have one more question, Chair, and I do appreciate the idea of permanent depots. So I just had a question around the realistic timeline for implementations of those permanent depots, including all regulatory approvals and construction phases. I think that they would add real value. We can see the value in terms of the temporary events that we hold. I know that a large one was just held a few months ago in my ward at the baseball stadium. I try to go each year. I see the lineups, the demand. So I think that permanent depots make sense. I'm just curious about the timelines. in terms of when we would see this if the strategy is signed off on.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question very much. As we've alluded to in the report, we have numerous projects that kicked off with the solid waste master plan. And it's going to sound like I'm hedging the answer a bit, but I'm really not. They are looking at textiles, they're looking at bulkies, they're looking at mattresses, and they're looking at a bunch of target items that we would bundle with a depot. And so the idea is to get to the middle of 2026 and see what that looks like, see what items we can bundle, and then we'll have an idea for footprint. Because you can imagine if we're just bundling textiles, we might need a smaller footprint than if we're going to offer a mattress drop-off depot. So we want to make sure that we've got some synergies there. It gives us some cost effectiveness. And then we can start looking at, are there city facilities that are not being used that we can use the space in? Are there other locations within the purview of the city that we can use in retrofit to meet our environmental compliance approvals? So the idea would be try and get an estimate of the sizing and the drop-off needs, pickup needs, and then go looking for appropriate locations and coming back to you with a plan. There would be some environmental compliance approvals that would need to be done. We expect those to take about a year, but that would happen in conjunction where we would reach out and say, we're kind of considering this site. Do you see any issues with it from an environmental compliance process? So try not to think of it too much as linear. There will be some work that gets done to bring a fulsome recommendation back to you.
Well, thank you so much for that work. And I also appreciate the work that's being undertaken on this strategy. I think it really demonstrates our commitment, the city's commitment to environmental protection, even when higher levels of government fail to enforce their own regulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. So certainly I think the motion on the floor with respect to advocating to other levels of government is really appropriate. And it is a conversation that needs to happen. You know, when we have a province who has been putting out bill after bill that ostensibly is stripping away municipal autonomies, when we look at what happens in absence of a municipal government for files such as these, to advocate on behalf of the user experience of the policies that a province is trying to put in place. I don't hate that the circular economy IPR is being put in place. I like the idea that producers have to reckon with the amount of waste that they put into our system. I think that is a responsible push towards accountability. However, the user experience of that is missing, and we have a gap in how it actually plays out on the ground. In the absence of municipal governments being able to advocate on behalf of their residents, imagine how many residents would have to advocate to the provincial government, and what a logjam that would be. Municipal governments are essential, especially when it comes to files like waste. To be able to advocate for the nuances of what we're trying to put in place here. So I appreciate the motion, and I couldn't help but contextualize it given some of the other actions that the province has been taking to eliminate municipal regulations and municipal influence on decision making. I'm quite encouraged by the micro pilot, even though it is a solution to a problem. I think it actually is a very interesting way to go. I'll give you a couple examples of what's happened in College Ward recently. So one, we did try and establish a city-sponsored household hazardous waste pickup at Constellation on one of the days that it was closed, but it was suggested that the size of the 3 hectares of parking at Constellation was actually insufficient for the demand, which, I mean, if you think about what's happened, like the size of the parking lots around Constellation and Ben Franklin, you would think that would be sufficient for most things, but it is actually insufficient for the demand that we're seeing. But we also got into a funky situation where there was a private, I don't know if it was household hazardous waste, but it was electronics. And we had a private group that was renting the parking lot at Pinecrest Rec Center, but Pinecrest Rec had double booked. And so they shifted to the Centerpoint Park on the day of the Centerpoint garage sale. And that was really interesting for residents. There was a lot of feedback on that one. So can you help me to understand how your team will be working across departments to ensure that there aren't sort of that pressure? Because for us, you know, for those of us who don't have those larger facilities at our disposal, especially in the outer urban wards, you know, and that, well, certainly within the Greenbelt generally, our rec centers do a lot of work, you know, and so I would want to make sure that these micro events are coordinated with other priorities for the community. Thank you for the question. Yes, we're very familiar with Dan's allocations team in order to ensure that we're working closely with them, and even to put on the 9 events. There is a lot of coordination that takes place, and that's why it takes us time to come up with the days. Coordination takes place behind the scenes in order to make sure that there won't be double bookings, so that the events can run smoothly. So I see us working very closely with Dan Chanier's allocations team in order to make sure that any bookings, any spots that are identified, we have clear access to those facilities for these micro events. And with the micro events, I mean, you could make an assumption perhaps that there will be fewer people traveling farther distances to access these events. There must be an impact in terms of car idling, because at those large events, you've got many, many people who travel by car in long snaking lines. That can't be, you know, what we're trying to achieve as well. So I'm intrigued by the smaller, more frequent events to have some of those knock-on benefits for the committee we sit at.
Through you, Chair, thank you. One can imagine that they would be cyclist and walk up only in some locations, and maybe all locations for the micro events. The idea is to get them where people don't have cars or don't have access to the larger events. So if the traffic in the neighborhood should be pedestrians, cyclists, that's really what we're looking at, and those types of volumes. So what you can carry in a couple of bags, what you can put in your bike basket, those kinds of micro type amounts in order to start to alleviate some of the pressure on the system that is, I can't get to the larger collection events.
Could we imagine some kind of creative idea where we use student hours or student volunteer hours through our schools to, like, I'm imagining like a wagon service for those types of things, where you've got like kids that are able to take wagons and pick up from some of the older folks that can't walk that far, something to stimulate a little bit of community connectivity in those instances. That could be fun.
Through you, Chair, thank you. It could be fun. It's a highly regulated industry. Okay, so it is, even at the micro events, the fact that we're grouping in them together, those people working those events are highly trained, they're certified, and we have environmental compliance approvals that have to go in place for those events. So that's part of the costing and seeing what our contractor can bring as a mobile permit to those events. We would not be able to advocate for a collection type service that would bring to the events. All we will attempt to do with you, or what we will attempt, I shouldn't say all, what we are going to attempt is to put them in places that will have high need, high visibility, and serve our residents.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. And last term, I found that out, kind of the difficult way of how regulated it is. You weren't here, but Councillor McKenney and I had stationed at City Hall, and we you know, collected materials from people that walked up and biked up and brought it to a household hazardous waste event that day. Anyways, the last time I'll be doing that, and I'm really excited about the micro events that you're talking about, because we definitely need more of those. So, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the report, and very much support it. I think we need some predictability in when those hazardous waste days are. So like having a calendar for the full year, and people knowing which end of town it'll be in. Very, very important. Here we are encouraging more intensification with less parking, therefore less cars. So we're going to have to look at those micro events or the toxic taxis. I can see that very much. And I also am thinking about OCH sites where we have a large number of people, and it would be a great thing to have special ones for a site where there is a certain population level, and collect there, because I do worry that they get left behind, especially if they're not following all the stuff that's going on. I don't know if any thought's been given to that, but I would encourage it.
Through you, Chair, thank you. We'll definitely take it under advisement. I think it's an excellent suggestion, and we'll see if we can find a location that would work.
That'd be great. I think communications with the public in general is really important. And I think we're got a theme here that we're getting shortchanged. And I think people should know that. And I'm curious about which producers, which are the ones that are most problematic, and let's call them out. If there's particular ones that are not coming through, that's important to know. And I think we should spread the word. And I think that's very identifiable for people when they realize, oh, because they want those products. If they're making the effort to bring them in, they want those products to be handled and disposed of properly. But if we're having issues with certain producers, you know, what is I'm not going to say names of particular firms, but I mean, what categories are the most problematic?
Thank you for the question through you, Chair. I'm smiling because I'm going to say it's complicated again, and I apologize. One of the larger pros is called Product Care Association, and I hesitant to name drop, but I want to use them because they are coupled with they represent a bunch of different producers. So they represent paints, for example. So for paints, there's lots of take it back locations, lots of them. So go to the Waste Explorer, punch in paint. Hopefully you'll be able to find somewhere near you to take paint back. It is one of the best examples of take it back other than the beer store. Product Care is responsible for paints, getting paints out of the market, but they have a bunch of other little producers also with them, smaller volume producers. Let's word it that way. That's probably a better way to say it. Smaller volume producers. So one thing we could think of is not taking paints at our collection depot, but they could say, well, if you're not taking paints, we're not going to fund you for the rest, because we'll just count other events in the province as counting towards our targets. So there's a balance between negotiating some funding and them being able to say, well, I'm meeting my targets elsewhere. I'm not actually going to fund here. So it's something that we're constantly balancing, and we have two staff that work very tirelessly on this with our pros, trying to get the maximum amount of funding out of them for given our geographical size.
Thank you. Just yesterday, one of my neighbors came up to me and says, how do I get rid of my air conditioner? You know, like it's this broken down air conditioner. Where am I supposed to go? What am I supposed to do? And I said, well, I'll find out tomorrow. But I mean, people really want to do the right thing. And for bulky items, it's more complicated because you can't put it on the back of your bike. But this is where, you know, people might try and throw it in the garbage. Maybe they'll put it in a bag. I'm not saying my neighbor would do that. He's a great guy. But there's that concern. If it's too hard, they won't do it. And that's what concerns me. So just throwing that out there, and I don't know if you have a comment.
Thanks for that, and really appreciate that feedback. And it's really important that we promote the Waste Explorer. You type in, as Andrea mentioned, you type in the item and it's giving you options. So if there are take it back locations, it automatically pulls you through to a different website that basically putting in your address or geographic area kind of pops up different stores or opportunities for take it back. For the larger bulky items, there may be reuse opportunities identified, and then the last item being putting it to the landfill if there are no other options available. So really, we try to leverage the Waste Explorer as the way to give a variety of information to our residents. And so that, to me, that's my go-to. So if you're asking, what does Waste Explorer say?
Thank you. Well, I think you've got a lot of advocates here who can push for things. We've got AMO coming up as well, and I think we can raise these issues because we shouldn't be left, pardon the pun, holding the bag. So we should, the province should be funding us better on these. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Kavanaugh. There's no more speakers on the list at this time. So with that, I'll ask committee if Vice Chair Carr's motion is carried. Thank you very much. And then are the report recommendations carried? Thank you. Thank you very much to staff. I'm very excited about a lot of the work that's coming on that item. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item. We are on the Waste Management Technologies Feasibility Study. So Shelley, I mentioned you stay in your chair there. And we have a staff presentation on this as well as 5 delegations. So we'll move directly into the staff presentation on the item.
Okay, good morning. So as you know, my name is Shelley McDonald, the proud director of Solid Waste Services. I'm joined today by Heidi Scott, program manager of compliance, maintenance, and operations at the Trail Road Landfill. We also have on the line Bruce Howie, who is the vice president and waste to energy practice leader of HDR. So he was our consultant that we worked with for this report. So we're here today to discuss the Waste Management Technology Feasibility Study. This work, as you know, was advanced ahead of the Solid Waste Master Plan timelines as a result of a motion approved at Council in December 2023. We'll discuss the feasibility study findings and recommended next steps. The presentation will be done in English only, but questions in both official languages are welcome. Next slide, please. So by way of a refresh, the City of Ottawa owns and operates the Trail Road Landfill. Trail has been open since 1980 and has a total approved capacity of approximately 16.9 million cubic meters. Landfill capacity is approved by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks in cubic meters based on final contours of airspace. The rate at which airspace is consumed is dependent on a number of factors, including but not limited to the tonnage received, the settlement of the waste mound, diversion policies and regulations, pre-processing equipment, for instance, shredding or sorting of waste, equipment and operations, the number of compactors and the efficiency of the compacting, the type of feedstock, the type of waste accepted at our landfill, the economy, the waste quantity and packaging of items purchased, and finally, climate. Landfills are highly engineered operations, and parameters vary significantly from landfill to landfill and year over year as well. The city uses an annual monitoring report, or AMR, to estimate the landfill lifespan. The AMR is based on a 5-year rolling average, so it's a lagging indicator. And as of the end of 2024, it was estimated that Trail could reach capacity between 2034 and 2035 if our disposal rates continue forward like they have for the last 5 years. As a reminder, the last 5 years of data includes 2020 to 2024. It's worth noting that we saw an unprecedented amount of waste disposed of during the pandemic, during those lockdown procedures that altered the airspace consumption rate. To ensure the city is set up for a safe and successful waste management practice in the future, this term of council approved the new Solid Waste Master Plan. The plan includes 50 actions in support of the goal to extend the life of Trail for as long as possible. Actions were prioritized in accordance with the waste hierarchy, with a focus on reduction, diversion, reuse, and recycling actions. These are being planned and implemented concurrent to other waste plan actions that are already underway. In December 2023, alongside the tabling of the draft Solid Waste Master Plan, a motion was passed directing staff to begin the feasibility study and business case for alternative technologies for waste management that are available, in operation, proven for managing and diverting municipal waste from landfills that meet and exceed all current applicable environmental regulations and that align with the Solid Waste Master Plan's vision, guiding principles, and goals. Include a fulsome triple bottom line evaluation of the environmental, social, and financial considerations, and engage with members of the public and key stakeholders on the completion of the terms of reference. Prioritize technologies that have the greatest impact on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Begin consultation and issue scoping with the MECP to ensure any considerations and concerns are incorporated. Specifically, seek and learn from the experiences of other municipalities in Ontario that have implemented similar solutions. Take advantage of any opportunities that may exist to expedite the process without compromising the rigor and quality of the overall analyses, and report back to Council during Q2 2025. As the feasibility study neared completion, it became apparent that further direction from Council would be required prior to the finalization of the business case. This is to ensure Council's concurrence with the feasibility study's findings ahead of staff completing a final in-depth analysis of highest ranked scenarios and forming a final recommendation for Ottawa's future waste management system. Before diving into the details of the feasibility study and the results, I first want to walk through a timeline of the actions and decisions underway and made to date and those that are to come in the near future. Next slide, please. So this timeline provides an overview of the actions underway or set to be underway to extend the life of trail and to prepare the city with enough runway to plan for and implement a long-term waste management solution. There are 4 rows of blocks colored in, I guess, pinkish red, blue, green, and yellow. The first block in red indicates the anticipated closure date of trail as discussed in the previous slide, based on the results of the annual monitoring report. So as mentioned, if status quo disposal continues, trail could reach capacity between 2034 and 2035. The second row of blocks in blue shows the short and medium-term solid waste action planning timeline. Starting next year and for the term of the next curbside collection contract, the city will use private landfills to dispose of 1/3 of residential waste, or 60,000 tons. Additionally, starting this year, actually starting in a couple of weeks, trail will impose material bans in order to preserve airspace. With the approval of the Solid Waste Master Plan, the team are well into the planning for a number of waste diversion initiatives. By 2035, the short and medium-term waste plan actions will be planned and in the midst of implementation, and combining all could result in an additional 6 years of landfill life at trail. The third set of blocks in green explains the process for expanding trail within its current footprint. This includes an environmental assessment approval from the ministry, which could take up to 10 years to receive. We've broken down 3 phases of the EA. While we anticipate this taking 10 years, timelines are entirely out of our control, as the ministry can delay reviews or approvals at their discretion. We have shaded out the final green block to indicate just how variable this process can be. Ministry approval is required in order to open Stage 6. This could happen as early as 2035 or as late as 2041. If approved and once operational, the expansion has the potential to extend the life of trail by up to 15 years. It's important to highlight how this overlap between the Solid Waste Master Plan actions and potential EA expansion align. The final set of blocks in yellow speak to the reason we're in front of committee today. Regardless of the waste plan actions and potential expansion of the trail waste facility, a plan for what Ottawa will do for the long-term waste management is required. It's our intent to bring key data and information back to you on an annual basis so that you have a line of sight for how the council-approved policies are working. This is to ensure that you have the latest information. We have made tremendous strides in reviewing options for Ottawa to consider and now asking for direction to zero in on 3 possible scenarios for Ottawa's future waste management system. The work done in the project we're discussing today has helped set the city up for success. And with that, I'm going to hand things over to Heidi to outline the feasibility study overview, evaluation, and recommended next steps.
Thanks, Shelley. The next slide, please. So the city acknowledges that there's no silver bullet to fully address future waste generation. Even with this success through the waste plan actions that Shelley was discussing and strong diversion, a residual waste will always exist and need to be managed. So one of the key objectives of the Solid Waste Master Plan was to find a sustainable way to recover value from what's left. So whether that's energy or materials. And so as part of the Solid Waste Master Plan and through the motion that Shelley just outlined, the city completed a feasibility study and initiated a business case to assess technologies, that could reduce landfill use and enhance resource recovery and explore what's really possible and practical for Ottawa. So HDR Corporation and KPMG were engaged to evaluate the city's long-term waste management options. 5 scenarios were assessed and a comparative evaluation was conducted. So the evaluation criteria were grouped into 4 key areas. Environmental, so impacts on air, water, land, as well as greenhouse gas impacts, diversion and energy opportunities. Social requirements, largely based on the effects of nearby communities and quality of life. Economic, so this is your typical capital and operating costs, revenue potential, as well as overall financial viability. And then lastly, for the case of this study, technical. So the readiness of the technology, flexibility of the technology, regulatory approval pathway and framework, and overall operational history. So a weighted scoring matrix was developed and used to rank each of the options as most preferred to least preferred. So the study applied this kind of triple bottom line approach for balancing each of these considerations. Next slide, please. So the 5 scenarios were evaluated within the Ottawa context. All were considered to be proven technologies or options as directed by council and included the exploration of 2 technologies. One of the option included both technologies combined. Assumptions had to be made based on the best information that we have available to us right now. So for instance, we had to be conservative with the trail waste facility, assuming that it would be closed in 2035. The city would no longer have access to a landfill option at that point. So option 1 is status quo in private facilities. So under this option, the city would continue to dispose of non-divertible waste at trail until it reaches capacity, and then would need to negotiate waste disposal agreements or contracts with either one or several regional third-party waste management facilities. And should be noted that this is not an uncommon practice for many municipalities without a landfill. So the next option, waste to energy incineration. Under this scenario, the city would build a new waste to energy facility that would be capable of processing all future non-diverted waste tonnages and recovering energy, and assumes that the disposal of any rejects or ash from that process would be managed at a private waste facility. Similarly, with the third option, mixed waste processing facility, the city would build a mixed waste processing facility that would process all of the city's non-diverted waste, recover any sort of additional marketable recyclables, and also assumes that the remaining disposal of those processed residuals would go to a private waste facility. With option 4, it's the combination of both mixed waste processing and incineration. So under this scenario, the city would build a mixed waste processing facility to recover additional recyclables and build a waste to energy facility to process and recover energy from the remaining residual waste. And again, in this scenario, the assumption is that the reject and ash would be disposed of at a private waste management facility. And then lastly, construction of a new landfill. So under this option, the city builds a new landfill within the region to take all non-recyclable residuals after trail reaches capacity. And although this is obviously not a waste technology per se, it's still the most widely used disposal method globally and will continue to play a role in the city's waste management strategy, regardless of whether mixed waste processing or waste to energy technologies are implemented or adopted. Both generate residual waste that will require disposal. So it's been also included for completeness in order to evaluate how the other scenarios and technologies stack up against this more traditional method of waste management. Next slide, please. So I'm not expecting anyone to read this, but I wanted to talk for a moment about the breadth of the impacts that were considered to provide the overall categories and subcategories of the criteria that were evaluated within this study. So as I mentioned previously, options were evaluated using environmental, social, financial, and technical criteria, and they were weighted equally, which is a relatively standard practice applied for these types of evaluations and is consistent with the guiding principles used within the Solid Waste Master Plan. And as you're probably aware, everything that you see here has been summarized in a comprehensive table within the report itself, which details the ranking rationale for each criteria. The dark and light green that you see on the screen here in the table is emphasizing the higher performers in each of the categories. So each cell that you're seeing up there on the slide, within the report, there's details that support why each criteria was ranked most preferred to least preferred. So you'll notice within the first row, environmental, for instance, you see mixed waste processing and waste to energy scoring as most preferred. So this is the best we're able to achieve in terms of diversion, energy recovery opportunities, and has a low discharge potential to the surrounding environment. However, it did actually score least preferred in terms of respect to greenhouse gas impacts. Moving down into the social requirements category, you can see here that private facilities were scored most preferred. There's an assumption here that this site is already operational. It's beyond their approval and engagement process. So the community disruption would be lower at the point with us coming in looking for an agreement. Down in the economic category, the highest scoring slightly is a new landfill in terms of overall financial feasibility. It had the lowest total cash outflow when broken down into terms of cost per ton. And then lastly, the technical criteria. You can see here again, and maybe not surprisingly, private facilities is most preferred in this area, just given for this perspective, no new infrastructure or approvals would be required. So the simplicity of implementing this option scored most preferred in this section. And before I move off of this slide, and I guess I probably should have prefaced that this table within the feasibility report is really meant to be used as a tool. As you can appreciate, there was an enormous amount of information that was compiled in a categorical way for your review. So by no means are the overall rankings set in stone. In fact, we would expect some of these elements to change as we drill down into things like site-specific opportunities, for instance, and as we consult with the community prior to finalizing the business case. Next slide, please. So for interest on this slide, we've pulled out some key quantitative comparative information from the financial and environmental categories. So you can see the capital cost estimates in the first row. For a private facility, it would require no upfront capital investment, whereas the facilities and landfill scenarios would certainly require a substantial capital expenditure. And the range that you're seeing there is in line with a Class D type estimate, so would need to be further refined as we finalize the business case. Followed by the operating and maintenance costs. So this encompasses both the ongoing operation of the facilities themselves, as well as the disposal of residuals. So typically we would call these tipping fees that would be associated with those facilities. So you can see in the case of private facilities, it's entirely composed of tipping fees. And then also notably the mixed waste processing facility, because this scenario only yields an additional 8% diversion from landfill of recoverable materials. This scenario assumes that 92% would be incurring tipping fees or disposal costs. So that's why that annual cost there is so high. And lastly, among all options, the new landfill scenario presents the lowest operating cost. In terms of revenue opportunities, they really exist through all scenarios except for private facilities. With the waste to energy incineration, offers electricity, material recovery like metals, for instance, and the opportunity for district energy, thermal energy, which was actually not factored into this table here due to the absence of, it's highly dependent on a confirmed site and offtake agreements, but could potentially increase the waste to energy scenario by $20 million per year. With the mixed waste processing, you see additional revenue coming from material recovery. And for a new landfill scenario, you're looking at electricity and or renewable natural gas. In terms of greenhouse gas impacts, the estimated emissions from landfilling are several times lower than the waste to energy incineration scenarios. And greenhouse gases, notably at the third-party facility, would be unknown at this time. It's largely dependent on the type of operation and how it's managed. With energy recovery potential, by far the highest ranked is the waste to energy incineration scenarios, and with the new landfill to a much lesser extent. With mixed waste processing, there's no energy recovery potential. In fact, it actually consumes a lot of energy. And with the private facilities, the energy benefits would go to the third-party operators and not to the city. And so lastly, on this slide, you'll see that the waste to energy scenarios have the greatest impact on landfill airspace required. So And worth mentioning that the low recovery opportunity with that just 8% with mixed waste processing is largely due to the nature of our curbside diversion program, and the source separation that's done by Ottawa residents. So you can see how valuable the source separation done by residents really is in this scenario, because the value of this option is fairly low in our city, especially as we continue to invest and are committed to improve upon the programs offered to residents beyond today. So the ability to divert materials through mixed waste processing scenarios becomes even less productive. So it's a bit limiting. And there really isn't a good example of mixed waste processing in Ontario. It's far more effective in jurisdictions with one stream disposal. Next slide, please. So based on the results of the comparative evaluation, the 5 options are ranked according to most preferred option to least preferred option, as shown on the screen. So status quo private facilities option and the waste to energy incineration option ranked first in the evaluation. With the private facilities, this option ranked higher primarily due to the minimal capital investment, regulatory simplicity, and ease of implementation. However, important to note that this option also exposes the city a bit to long-term financial and environmental uncertainty and risks, given that the city would not have care and control over a private facility. There could be potential for escalating landfill tipping fees, for instance, given the limited province-wide airspace capacity, and the oversight over disposal operations or environmental controls. With waste to energy incineration, this option ranked first as well. It was evaluated to offer significant environmental benefits in terms of energy recovery, landfill diversion, marketable materials. It also had a limited impact on the local community from a nuisance perspective, given its relative compact size and indoor operations, as well as revenue generation potential. However, as mentioned earlier, the implementation of a waste to energy incineration facility presents substantial capital and operating costs, a complex regulatory approval process, and potential public opposition. And lastly, before I move off of this slide, the new landfill option ranked the lowest overall, largely due to the community impact and some environmental challenges, but did score highest compared to the other scenarios in terms of overall financial feasibility. It does still offer energy recovery and some revenue generation, and notably most favorable for greenhouse gas impacts when assuming an 85 to 90% gas capture system, which is very similar to the one at the Trail Waste facility. Next slide, please. So lastly, a tremendous amount of work has gone into the feasibility report. The purpose was to determine options that are compatible with our future needs and goals. And there are 3 options that will work, even if they do rank differently across the various evaluation criteria. We now need to fine-tune these options and their associated opportunities and engage with the community in order to finalize the business case and make a firm recommendation. So in order to proceed, we're seeking council direct staff to advance an in-depth evaluation of scenario 1, private facilities, scenario 2, waste to energy facility, and scenario 5, new landfill. And that in-depth analysis would include, very importantly, identification of siting. Where could we put these things? This will inform the viability of these facilities. It'll help us determine benefits, drawbacks, revenue opportunities for offtake agreements, for instance, at several locations across the city. And then gaining this information will allow us to have meaningful public consultation and stakeholder input, which played a critical role in developing the solid waste master plan and supports community buy-in, because this decision will affect all residents. So we need to ensure that we gain these insights to inform the decision. We need to further refine and update our own tonnage projections. The estimates that were used in the feasibility report have been made conservatively. And as Shelley discussed earlier, waste is such a dynamic environment. We want to ensure that we are monitoring and reporting back on how we're doing so we're able to adjust or pivot as necessary. And then lastly, we are seeking to do a regional capacity scan to understand the long-term disposal needs of neighboring municipalities, which may offer alternate funding, procurement models that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. So these can tie directly back into the business case as well. And so once this work is complete, staff would report back with a recommendation and finalized business case on Ottawa's future waste management system. This would include decision point timelines, budget implications, and we would be seeking to do this as soon as practical within the next term of council. And I'll just say that we know that regardless of the success and the commitment to the solid waste master plan actions or possible expansion of the trail waste facility landfill, another solution is going to be required in the long term. And staff are wanting to ensure that council has the best information possible to make this important decision. So with that, thank you so much for your time today. We're happy to answer any questions that come up.
Thank you very much, Heidi and Shelley, for that excellent overview, and to all of staff for your work in getting to this point. We have 5 delegations. Before those delegations come up, I'm just going to read in a direction that I've got for staff here on stakeholder input, just so everyone's aware of it in advance. That staff be directed to plan a robust community and partner engagement process, which meaningfully engages all interested parties, including members of the former stakeholder sounding board, for their input and guidance in developing the terms of reference for the in-depth evaluation of scenario 1, scenario 2, and scenario 5, as described in recommendation number 2 of the staff legislative report on the waste management technologies feasibility study. And that 2 by Q2 of 2026 report back to the Environment and Climate Change Committee with a proposed stakeholder engagement plan, which achieves this goal. Thanks to staff for helping draft that.
Mr. Chair, just a point
yes.
of clarification on the directions. I'm looking at the clerk just for legislatively so that people know, if we call the vote, does it automatically convert to a motion?
Mr. Chair, section 3310 of the procedure bylaw allows the chair or member to ask for a recorded vote on a direction, which would make it a motion. Since this one is brought forward by Chair Menard, 79-1 speaks to either vacating the chair or getting another member to move the motion on Councillor Menard's behalf.
Okay.
So per 3310, a request can be made to convert this with a recorded vote.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll be asking for recorded votes if that's okay with you. Thank you.
Yep, that's completely fine. So we'll deal with that when we get to it. For now, we're going to go to delegations. So the first delegation up, just give me one moment here, is Angela Keller-Herzog, the Executive Director of Cafes. Angela, come on up.
Okay, hello everybody, bonjour. Next slide, please. I think you all know cafes. We're a network covering the region. Next slide, please. This is the overview of my presentation. I'll try to go fast so that I get to the end. So the main content is I'm going to be talking about some of the assumptions in the HDR feasibility report. Next slide, please. The Cafes Network has been tracking the long-term solid waste master plan for a long time, and we are a stakeholder in the sounding board. Next slide, please. Cafes is in favor of new technology, all the while watching the risks. And recently, we were quite involved also with the BEST technology, where, again, we did a lot of research into the risks. Next slide, please. So looking then at the assumptions in this feasibility report, on the volume of waste, we noticed that the study uses a 2053 benchmark volume estimate of 267,000.6 tons of garbage. What's notable about that is that the underlying assumption is that all of the 50 planned solid waste master plan diversion measures are ineffective. And if we change that assumption, then the volume of waste would be just under 200,000 tons. The reason why we think this is of concern is incinerators disincentivize waste reduction initiatives. And the fact that we're already seeing this tendency in the feasibility study is of concern. Next slide, please. So in terms of timing, the staff report already gave us a good timeline. So the HDR study assumes that we run out at Trail Road in 10 years. But if you add up the other alternative possibilities, we could get as far as 2055. Next slide, please. In terms of the financial assumptions, I think that in the media and sort of at a headline level, we're seeing comparison of incineration or waste to energy versus landfilling. But in terms of an alternative hypothesis, the staff report on page 5 is quite clear. A landfill or landfilling options will be required regardless which technology are implemented. So the comparison of costs really should be waste to energy plus landfilling costs versus landfilling costs. So that's kind of big. Next slide, please. Health assumptions. So the HDR study on health says that the health issues with waste to energy are public skepticism around the pollution. So it's not actually that the problem is a health risk, but it's just public skepticism. On the landfill side, we do have health risks named as being real. So as an alternative hypothesis, Health Canada says that the biggest source of dioxins and furans in Canada is the large-scale burning of municipal and medical waste. So there's a very different picture there. And I would really recommend that Ottawa Public Health be brought into this, that they would have a right to comment on the next terms of reference, and that they should be considered a stakeholder in this. Next slide, please. Ash management. So the HDR study says that the bottom ash can be transported to a nearby private landfill, just like that. And the fly ash, which is hazardous, there's no line cost item. So the alternative hypothesis to consider is that special permits are required and that fly ash, which is hazardous, is expensive to deal with. Next slide, please. On the greenhouse gas emissions, we note that the HDR assumption is that there would be no landfill gas recovery, at least in this slide, in this picture, where they make it look like the greenhouse gas impact of landfill is huge. But if you reduce that by 90%, which is the landfill capture, then this graph would look very different. Next slide, please. In terms of the ownership assumption, the HDR assumption is basically that private is better for waste to energy. The alternative assumption could be that public ownership of solid waste management solutions results in lower user cost, ratepayer solutions, and waste reduction more waste reduction due to the alignment of incentives to reduce the solid waste. And this could be empirically researched. Next slide, please. So the recommendations from cafes are that we should check the assumptions and then test the conclusions. We do not make
I'll just ask you to
decisions.
wrap up, Angela, just to finish up.
This is my last slide. We recommend that the City Council do not make decisions about $500 million infrastructure investments in secret. And we recommend that there's a clear plan for a good process consultation, including Ottawa Public Health and including options to council. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Councillor Carr.
Hi, thanks very much for your delegation. Just a couple quick questions. I know you condensed a lot into that presentation, so I just want to make sure that I understood. Did you do a comparative analysis between the different technologies, whether it be landfilling, waste to energy, mixed waste processing, looking at all the components of GHGs, pollution by you mentioned the furans and the dioxins with WTE. Did you compared all these different technologies in a similar exercise that was done through the feasibility study? Did I understand that right?
Okay, so something that we first of all did is we attentively read the whole report, which is kind of a formidable feat because it does have a lot of substantive information, especially in the technical appendices. Thank you for the question. So I'd like to first of all make a high-level comment on this. I think that, again, in the press, there's this high-level narrative about how we have a technology option and a no technology option, and that some people just don't like technology. And I would strongly discourage that kind of polarized wedge approach to this discussion, because the reality is that a modern landfill is a seriously engineered technical solution. And a lot of the risks and hazards, I'm not a technical expert on this, but we've been consulting, is that a lot of the risks are waterborne, and then the solutions are basically like a liquids management solution. When it comes to the incinerator, what we're talking about is airborne pollution, which can then settle on all of the surrounding soil, go into the water. So in some ways, it's more difficult to deal with the airborne pollution than it is to capture something which is already in a solvent. That's really high level, but I would really object to this technology versus no technology. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about competing ways of dealing with our waste problem. The last point on this, if I may, Councillor Carr, is in terms of the waste hierarchy and trying to move to a circular economy. To do that is not just that you should be darning your old socks, but it means that we should be redesigning all of our manufacturing, consumption, and waste management processes. And that's really R&D high tech. How do we do things very differently so that we do arrive at that circular economy? And in that waste management pyramid, incineration is at the very bottom, because it basically says, well, we're just going to burn it. So that's actually kind of low tech as an approach, I would say.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, when I did ask the question, I did refer to landfilling as one of as a technical solution. So, but thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carr. Councillor Lieber.
Thank you very much. And I apologize. This is a hugely important discussion. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stick around for most of it. I have to get to another event for which I'm already running late, but I hope that you have a really substantial discussion this afternoon. Angela, thank you very much for raising the issue of the dioxins and the furans and the other airborne pollutants that are the result of incinerators. I was at Durham York's facility, and they have a giant display outside that shows that the level of emissions from the stack are well below regulated limits. Why would we be concerned about any airborne pollutants when they are presumably strictly regulated?
Okay, I'm going to share with you what I've learned about this issue before, and we cafes are in a learning mode, right? So we're learning more and more. So apparently the regulatory testing only requires twice a year to take spot data, and the high points of pollution and emissions would be at startup points. And when the system encounters, if there's a bulky thing that's causing some aberration in the regular burning cycle, so there can be some hiccups. And it's at those points that you get the higher emissions. And typically for dioxins and furans, those are not monitored continuously. We know also that there was a research and study by Peel Public Health, and they definitely found that these emissions are a subject of concern, especially when you add them to the already existing pollution in terms of these chemicals, because it's not that the incinerator is operating in isolation, but the incinerator's pollution of dioxins and furans is in addition to what is already in the surrounding landscape. And when you add the two up, then they found that regulated levels were being exceeded or were foreseen to be exceeded. Sorry, it's a forward-looking study.
Thank you for that. I am very concerned about the level of emissions. I'm not sure that we should be encouraging any emissions into our atmosphere. The second question I have is with respect to the amount of waste that Ottawa is producing. I am an advocate of measures like this committee just voted to recommend a few minutes ago with respect to more household hazardous waste depots, making things more convenient and easy to do the right thing. Do you feel that currently with the kind of diversion efforts that we have, that this city is doing everything possible to encourage diversion?
Absolutely not. I think that more could be done. And I think that the solid waste master plan does a good job of breaking it down. But I think if you did a financial analysis, right, and you figured out, well, how much are we actually putting on like textile diversion? Well, it's a strategy that's going to be coming in the future, and in 2026, maybe we'll start to have a hint on whether we could do collection depots or not, right? So if we started saying, like, let's put like $100,000 on solving that right away with urgency, then obviously we'd be on like a different track. So the position that we have is that much more could be done. And also it's a question of like prioritization. Is it really important to us or not? And whenever it comes to budgetary decision, obviously that, like, you know, there's many different priorities, but we feel that waste reduction in an assertive, aggressive way is something that this council could put more coin on for great benefit.
Now, if council were to eventually determine to build an incinerator, does that reduce the incentives that we have to invest in better diversion?
Absolutely. If the city had a contract, do you remember actually you would, because you've been around for a while. The city was in a like 10-year legal dispute, right, about our composting facility, where we had this like pay and put contract. So the incinerator would have similar contracting, and the city would then be benefiting from waste being shipped to this incineration facility. They would want to have stable long-term contracts to undertake the investment, assuming it would be either private or a private-public partnership. And then the general concern is that the incentives are in contradiction, not aligned, so that there's one incentive to ship as much waste to this burn facility as possible, and there's another incentive at waste reduction, but waste reduction costs money, whereas shipping waste would save money because it would be under the contract.
Fantastic. Angela, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Liebert. Councillor Devine.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'll have more questions for staff later on, but there was one part of your slide, and forgive me, I walked in a little bit late, where I think you were talking about how the staff's projections, and I don't remember the year, it was 2053 or 2056, but the staff's projections are tied to a lower than potential targets for diversion rates. Do you know what I'm referring to when you were saying that we were would you mind reiterating that element? Because it sounded like you were saying that staff was basing targets on a lower than ambitious possibility of achieving through greater diversion.
Okay. Clarification, and maybe you missed this part. So in my public delegations, the assumptions that I was running through are assumptions made by this HDR consultant feasibility report. So a core assumption when it comes to the volume of waste that they make is that in 2053, we will be at a benchmark of 267,000 tons, right? And to get to that benchmark, you need to make the underlying assumption that all of the 50 sub-strategies of our solid waste master plan will be ineffective, will not work. And the report stays with that 267, but they also mention that, oh, the economies of scale would be even better if we had a whole bunch more waste. So we should be like looking at what we can draw in from surrounding areas.
Do you know, following that, do you know if the HDR report, if it was making those assumptions, was it basing it on an assumption that the 50 some odd strategies in the solid waste strategy would not work, or presupposing that they are not valuable because we need to feed the incinerator? Were there underlying rationales based on why they were projecting for those higher figures?
In my reading of the report, they don't unpack that. Like, they make a choice of an assumption. And I should tell you this, like, hit on assumptions. When I first went into first day, my honors economics class at McGill, Professor Asimakopoulos, who's now passed away, he said, 90% of you guys will not pass this class, but there's two things I want you to remember for the rest of your life. Check your units and check your assumptions, because that's going to drive the conclusions of whatever you're looking at.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. And Angela, thank you for your delegation. Next up, we have Duncan Burry from Waste Watch Ottawa, also with a presentation.
Had a slide I wanted to present as well. So in responding to the staff report recommendations, I would suggest there's no need to undertake any further work on incineration or landfilling until you know the outcome of the application to expand the trail road facility within the current bounds of the site. As you know, an environmental assessment process is underway to allow more waste to be disposed of at the trail road site by increasing the height of the existing landfill cells. Staff report that the environmental assessment is well underway, with an application to the Provincial Ministry of the Environment and Conservation of Parks scheduled for Q4 of this year. While I appreciate that the approval of the expansion at Trail is not guaranteed, I would note firstly that the technical feasibility has been confirmed, that there will be no change to the landfill footprint, and that the site meets engineering and environmental standards. I think you can be assured that staff would not have invested so much in this whole undertaking unless they were very sure that it would be approved. And I would suggest that that would be one of the questions you might want to ask them, is what is the likelihood that the expansion at Trail Road with the additional lift will be approved. There is indeed a clear need to understand the capacity and life expectancy of Trail Road, and this is set out in the table. Now, I only see half of my table there. There's another whole bar below. Is it possible to show you can't show it all in one piece? Okay, well, let's go up to the top. Okay, let's go to the top of this. You make it bigger. I did pass out through the aid of the secretary. Okay, let's start there. Okay, so right now, the current expectancy is 2034, 2035, as staff has said. With the recent actions approved by council last year, you get an additional 6 years, which gets you to 2040, 2041. With the new lift approved, again, on the assumption it is, you get to 2055, 2056, which is 30 years from now. I won't be around in 30 years. Most of you will not be on the council chamber in 30 years' time. That's a long time. The next, can you roll it up a little bit further, please? And then at the bottom, if you do anything else above and beyond what the solid waste master plan, you gain some extra time. So if you enter into another contract with HDR and you find next year that the life expectancy of Trail Road facility is now around 2055, you should probably ask yourselves whether the $600,000 you're going to spend on this would have been better spent rolling out the green bin program and enhancing and more aggressively doing that, or in fact, for example, on addressing bulky waste such as mattresses. I'm no particular fan of landfills, but on balance, given the exorbitant cost of an incinerator, now $862 million, pushing $1 billion, with very high operating costs, and I would suggest you need to ask about the debt carrying costs. That hasn't been cited in any of the reports today. It just talks about operating and maintenance. So what are the debt carrying charges which are going to be involved in this? There will be some, and those should be added to the costs. And not to speak of some of the serious environmental concerns and health issues, I think a landfill with 3 decades of capacity is likely a path forward. With the landfill capacity projected until the mid-2050s, you have the time to aggressively work on waste reduction and diversion and all the policies and programs set out in the solid waste master plan, and probably others that we haven't thought of yet. Staff state that the necessary consultations, siting, et cetera, necessary for a new site would take around 10 years. And given some of the upfront policy and political decisions, a little bit of extra time, that I would suggest to you means holding a decision on residuals management till around 2034 or the mid-2030s, a decade from now. So if you approve spending the $600,000 on more consulting work, or you don't, the reality is that this time next year, you could, in fact, have a much more accurate picture of what the real life expectancy of Trail Road and what the path ahead is. There's a very high probability that also will end up with being in the enviable position of having 30 years of landfill capacity and time to drive an agenda towards the zero waste and circular economy that, in fact, is built into the solid waste master plan. In conclusion, then, I would suggest there's no need at present to jump into another $600,000 of work. You've just spent $500,000 on the report to date, the big fat report, which Angela was just holding up. I'm not sure you need to spend another $600,000 until you figure out what's actually the long life expectancy of Trail Road. When you've got that information, that's the point at which you need to start making a decision. And I think the likelihood is that a landfill that's going to stand 30 years is the path ahead. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that delegation and the presentation slide. Vice Chair Carr.
Yeah, excuse me, sorry. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Absolutely, I believe that we need to have diversion programs. You talked specifically about mattresses. I remember taking a tour of Trail Road when I was first elected and hearing that there's 70,000 mattresses a year that end up in the landfill, which is astonishing to me. I won't tell you how old my mattress is, but I certainly was surprised by that, the amount of airspace that they take up. And, certainly other jurisdictions in different provinces, I've seen textile recycling programs, diversion, mattresses, these sort of things. So completely understand, that we can't actually measure the impact of these diversionary measures, which we haven't yet implemented. So we don't know the outcome. But when I think about zero waste, which I think is a goal for everyone, I see a lot of the roadblocks as being at other levels of government in terms of at the provincial and federal government as well. And we're making decisions at the municipal level based on what we know. What do you see the sort of responsibilities for the provincial and federal government in terms of this zero waste that you're advocating to? Because that's where I see a lot of the challenges.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, municipalities are at the bottom of the feeding chain. We end up picking up all the bits and pieces that nobody else wants to deal with. I mean, the federal and provincial governments certainly have a role to play. I mean, the federal government is trying to do work on plastics. This is being challenged by all the big petrochemical companies, and I fear that the petrochemical companies will win on that front. And I think that would be a huge, huge mistake, which suggests we need to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. The provincial government is weakening all of the producer responsibility regulations, as you heard earlier, on the packaging front, with the EPR programs in terms of reducing targets and deadlines. All of that's bad, and that all needs to be done. So yes, you're quite right. And the provincial governments and the federal government have a major role to play. But we can do a lot. I mean, we can do something with mattresses. I know they hate mattresses at the landfill. They float. I think that's the word they use. Very hard to bury. And clearly there are options to do that. And we certainly have a role to play. And I think, you know, the Solid Waste Master Plan outlines a lot of those, and that we do have an ability. And promotion and education, we need to up our game on that. But a number of things we can do. So we're not out of the game, but the bigger upper levels have a big role too.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. I guess I do find it extremely challenging not knowing what the future holds with the upper levels of government. I look at something totally different example, but housing, right? Like in terms of the provincial and federal governments backing out of housing and municipal governments not having the ability to plan for all this affordable housing when we pay the brunt of it. And so I'm stuck between planning for the future, not knowing what's happening, and then what's the right thing to do. But I really appreciate your delegation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carr. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Duncan, for your presentation, and also for all the work that you continue to do on this file. I can understand, I think I understand that, you know, given the options that we have before us, that you're clearly advocating for the continued use of landfill as opposed to the development of a waste to energy incineration site. And I will have questions for staff on the assumptions that staff made in their scoring matrix on how waste to energy scores, for example, with regards to the environmental requirements, particularly because of what you mentioned in your offline reporting on the low efficiency of energy recovery from waste to energy, or the high carbon. The term you used was the carbon intensity of that energy, where you basically equate waste to energy recovery in the same vein as coal. But what I want to ask you, because right now, from the 5 recommendations that were assessed, we really just are zeroing in on 3. And as I conveyed to staff, I had many curiosities about mixed waste processing. And I have questions for staff on how those two, waste to energy and mixed waste processing, are evaluated side by side. But you haven't spoken about that. So I guess my question to you, if given a choice, and because both waste to energy and mixed waste processing have similar capital investments, and I know that staff will speak to the fact that Ottawa already does a fair amount of diversion compared to other sectors where MWP is used. But if you were given a choice to reflect your concerns, the environmental impacts of waste to energy, but if you were given a choice between that, incineration, and mixed waste processing, could you speak to that a little bit?
I don't think mixed waste processing is a valuable path ahead. It's the old problem. Once you've made the omelet, it's really hard to break apart all the separate components, and that's kind of mixed waste processing. So municipalities like Toronto, which put all their recyclable materials together into one bin, you've got a mess on your hands. We made the right decision here to separate those into blue box and black box, and to organics and leaf and yard waste, and that's the way we need to go. Mixed waste processing is, after the fact, hugely expensive. You end up with very low quality materials, and in fact, I think the consultants correctly point out that you just end up spending a lot of money and you end up just creating slightly cleaner garbage, but it's still garbage. So not a path to follow, I don't think.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kavanagh?
Yep, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Duncan, for your information. If I was to sum it up, it sounds like the decision on waste to energy, which I think is a strange name for it, is a bit premature. That we're looking at a lot of options before that, and the investment that it would take to get there or the incinerator option is quite hefty. Is that That's best way to sum it up?
Yes, absolutely. So I think you've got a path ahead here. You've probably got a decade. I mean, I think it's relatively safe to assume that the approval for a new lift on trail will go ahead, and that gets you to 2055, 30 years from now. So yes, we have a path ahead. We're always going to need some sort of residual waste management. There's absolutely no doubt. Every human society in the world has always had a dump out the back end somewhere outside the world of the old city of Troy, and which I've luckily to there is a landfill. So yes, but we have a path ahead, and we've got some time. So let's use it creatively. And I think in response to one of the questions that was asked to Angela Keller-Herzog, we're not doing enough. And we need to be more aggressively rolling out green bins in multi-residential buildings. I mean, we approved that 2.5 years ago, I think, and they're still talking about another 4 years to get it implemented. I appreciate it's time-consuming and difficult. There's one team, I gather, that's maybe 6 or 8 people who are working on this. So maybe that $600,000 could be spent on doubling that, and we could increase that diversion rate and get it in more quickly. And, instead of the waste management master plan is full of all sorts of things to say we're going to develop strategies and develop plans, and not enough actual action. I mean, parks. We've been doing a pilot program in parks for, I think, a decade. I mean, I don't have to tell you, you look after Britannia. So, I mean, it's an issue. So why aren't we actually doing something, for goodness sakes? So let's get on with it, please.
And I wonder what the cost comparison would be to those ideas. I think something that was raised through Angela's delegation is that it's sort of viewed that that a landfill is kind of a passive option, and incinerator is an action item. And I think that's incorrect. And I think that's important to raise that.
Yes.
Your comments?
Thank you.
Do you have any comments on that?
I guess so. I mean, I think incinerators appear to some people to be a magic solution. They're highly, highly complicated technical engineering pieces of work. I mean, if you've toured on one of these, and some of you have, I mean, it's pretty self-evident. The costs are very, 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 very high. I mean, yes, so a landfill is a bit of a passive kind of response, but even with an incinerator, you need to deal with 30% of the waste that comes out of an incinerator still has to be disposed of. And it meets hazardous requirements in some regards to the bottom ash and the flue ash. Have to be treated in a special way. And in the case of Durham, they ship some of that waste actually from the bottom of the landfill to New York State because there's nothing in Ontario that can handle it. So you're not going to be able to take that and kind of drop it into the back corner of Trail Road. That's not the way it works.
And that's not including the air pollution. That's the
correct. Yes, and those are clearly issues. And Waste Watch Ottawa has just posted online a set of frequently asked questions on incineration and addresses, I think, these are some of the things that Councillor Devine was maybe referring to. And some of those issues are there. The report, the Peel region on the proposal in Brampton, there are serious health and environmental concerns, and air emissions related to incinerators. And if you can avoid doing that, do. The cost alone is gargantuan and should scare you seriously. I mean, $862 million, and that's now in 2025 dollars, right? So, this is double what you're spending on Lansdowne. It's 7 times what the deficit of a transit budget is. I mean, it's a huge, huge amount of money. And if anybody thinks Ottawa has $862 million lying around, please show me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for your delegation. Next up is William Van Geest with Ecology Ottawa.
Thank you, Chair. I can just get started?
Absolutely. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. All right. Thanks very much for the opportunity to be here and address you. So we at Ecology Ottawa are very preoccupied with the issue of what happens with our city's waste. Our approach to waste, of course, has major implications for our air, water, and soil, if not also for our community's health and our city's finances. And so along these lines, we're concerned about the recommendation of incineration here to handle our waste residuals. And I'll just note here that I won't be using the term waste to energy that appears in the feasibility study. Certainly incineration can generate electricity, but let's be clear about what's really happening. We are burning trash. And if that sounds bad, it's because it is. I believe the health risks have been raised a couple times with incineration. Here's a short list of the compounds that incineration produces: dioxins, furans, fluorinated chemicals, nitrous oxide, heavy metals, things that cause reproductive problems, cancer, immune system damage, and so on. Incineration is also bad, as you know, from an emissions standpoint. Per kilowatt hour, it produces as much CO2 as coal. Then there's the ash that has come up a couple times. As the previous delegate mentioned, 30% by volume of what's put in an incineration, and in some cases it's toxic. So what are we doing? Do we want this in our city? Here I want to focus on the feasibility report's evaluation, specifically the environmental requirements. In short, the evaluation doesn't hold up. So let's quickly go through the 5 criteria. First, energy recovery potential. The wording alone reveals that the primary concern here isn't environmental. This is an economic opportunity to generate electricity. The generation would produce GHGs, the very thing that's gotten us into the climate emergency. So I would argue this does not belong here. Next criterion, landfill diversion percentage. Our solid waste master plan rightly calls for waste to be diverted from landfill. But incineration diverts trash via the one thing worse than landfilling, burning it. I suppose you could dump it in the river too. Moreover, a landfill is still needed for the resultant ash, including special facilities, given its hazardous composition. I'll pause here to note that these 2 categories I just mentioned are where the feasibility study awards incineration high scores. So it's not looking good so far. Third criterion, opportunity to recover marketable commodities. Again, the terminology marketable commodities suggests this is an economic argument, not an environmental one. Fourth criterion, emissions, discharges to air, land, and water. Finally, we're getting to the properly environmental issues. If anything, this category should be broken out and further developed. You're also not getting the whole story here. As the report acknowledges, quoting here, total biogenic emissions are not evaluated in the comparative evaluation. Fifth criterion, potential for GHG impacts. There's some trouble here as the report ranks incineration as preferred, even though, as we saw earlier, it has the highest GHG emissions of all the options. Incineration has a bad history on this front. One investigation found that incinerators emit more CO2 per megawatt hour than coal-fired, natural gas-fired, or oil-fired power plants. Of course, we abandoned coal about a decade ago, which the Ontario government called the single largest greenhouse gas emission reduction action on the continent. So in the simple chart in the study's executive summary, the strongest argument for incineration appears to be environmental. In the other categories, social and economic, incineration fares more poorly. But as I've shown, the environmental argument has some serious problems. The study is straining to make an economic argument through environmental topics. Finally, we need to return to the issue of costs. How, when we're leaving holes in the transit budget, people are stranded at bus stops, when we've stopped daily water testing at beaches, when our streets are full of potholes, how can we opt for the most expensive option and by far, for our waste residuals management? It would take similar magical thinking about incineration, that is, if we just burn our trash, it disappears, to pursue an approach that costs up to $860 million, and that's without solving the problem of additional landfilling. The report assumes that Trail Road will run out by 2035, but it seems probable, as the previous delegate mentioned, that its life will be extended to 2048, if not further. I would urge you to take this time to properly study the issue, properly undertake real environmental and cost-effective solutions to waste, principally diversion, reduction, and reuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. It's appreciated. I'm not seeing questions at this time. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Valerie Leloup, Strategic Lead, Waste and Circular Economy for Enviro Center. Hello and welcome. You've got 5 minutes to address committee.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Can hear you well.
So my name is Valérie Leloup. I'm speaking on behalf of Enviro Center. Enviro Center is an Ottawa-based not-for-profit with a mission to scope, design, deliver, and scale practical solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We do this in 4 focus areas, and one of them is waste and the circular economy. I am Enviro Center Strategic Lead for Waste and the Circular Economy. Some of you may also know me as the co-founder of New Grocery, Ottawa's zero-waste grocery store. While 2 scenarios are tied in first position in the feasibility study, we will speak here to the proposed waste-to-energy scenario, which we see as the most problematic. We want to address here what waste incineration means in the context of the city's efforts to reduce, reuse, and recycle, and the broader transition to a circular economy. First, with waste to energy, we will disproportionately fund a solution that is at the bottom of the waste management hierarchy, at the expense of top of the hierarchy solutions. As you know, the waste hierarchy, which was one of the guiding principles in developing the solid waste master plan, provides a ranking of waste management solutions. Reduce is at the top, followed by reuse, recycle, and at the bottom, recovery and residuals, which are waste to energy and landfilling. When we look at the actions described in the plan, the majority, roughly 40 out of 50 actions, are indeed aimed at reducing, reusing, and recycling, as well as developing a zero waste culture across the city. When we look at how they are funded, the estimate is, and I added the numbers in the summary table on page 92, the estimate is 50 million in capital costs over 30 years and an average of 4.6 million in yearly operating costs. So let's compare this with waste to energy. According to the feasibility study, a waste to energy facility will cost between roughly 586 million dollars in capital costs and 47 million in operating costs per year, a little less if you factor in the sales of energy. So we would be willing to spend 10 to 17 times more on a waste management solution that is at the bottom of the waste hierarchy and should be our last resort after solutions at the top of the hierarchy have been exhausted. So the question is, what if we spend this kind of money on the top of the hierarchy? How much could we reduce at the source? How much of the 70% of waste that we currently send to landfill, and that is actually green, blue, or black bin material, could we divert? This is a scenario that would be worth investigating, and unfortunately, that is missing. Second point, waste to energy disincentivizes top of hierarchy solutions. At the household level, waste to energy discourages waste diversion because it sends a signal that sorting and recycling is no longer necessary since we can burn waste and produce energy. Actually, the term waste to energy itself is problematic because it frames incineration positively and makes us feel good about it, right? We don't recycle, but hey, we create energy. It weakens decades of public messaging around the importance of separating waste. It also impedes waste diversion at the system level because incinerators, we know that incinerators perform best when they are fed a steady and predictable waste stream. This creates pressure to feed the incinerator with what is available, even if some of that waste could actually be recycled, composted, or avoided altogether. In conclusion, Enviro Center believes that waste to energy works against higher priority actions like reduce, reuse, and recycle, and that greater investment is needed in those areas. We should invest in solutions that bring us closer to the goal of zero waste and a circular economy, where materials are not incinerated, but kept in the economy at their highest value for the longest possible time. Waste incineration will move us away from this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I appreciate you being here and sitting through some of those other items as well. I'm not seeing questions at this time, but we can expect a lot of stakeholder engagement to come. So thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the last delegation on this item is James Scott McKillop.
Is that the updated slides? Could we go to this second slide, please? Technology. Yes, I don't know if is that the microbiome. I'd like to address here today. Now, good morning. My name is James McKillop, and I'm here on behalf of a growing number of Ottawa citizens concerned over the technologies involved under your smart city agendas. As you know, I've been here quite a few times in the last year voicing our concerns, but nobody on this committee seems to care. I read your 350-page feasibility study for waste to energy and mixed waste processing. I could spend the entire day voicing my concerns how oil giants like Shell are involved with carbon capture tech and geoengineering, or how artificial intelligence and robots are being used in mixed waste bioprocessing for recovering different types of advanced materials, as your report states. But since I only have 5 minutes today, I'll try my best to voice my concerns regarding how nanotechnology is being used in anaerobic digestion, a waste to energy process to deliver these harmful materials back into the environment. If you go to the next slide, please. And the following slide. If people look closely at this, you can see how anaerobic digestion is not only used in nanotechnology, but also biosensors and graphene. Next slide, please. Next slide. I suggest people take a close look at this. I know this committee refuses to talk about these technologies and how they're involved in a much, much bigger picture. Next slide, please. I'd also like to mention how anaerobic digestion is a bioprocessing technology you're currently using where more microorganisms and bacteria break down organic matter in the absence of oxygen, producing biogas and other byproducts like digestate, which is used as a fertilizer in soil amendment. This process uses a number of different harmful nanotechnologies, including biosensors and graphene oxide, to deliver materials back into the environment. Next slide, please. This report is from the NRC, and so the National Research Council of Canada. People look at the center slide in that, they'll see how waste reduction strategies are used to make green-based bio and nano food, believe it or not, and how it's hooked up to Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. The last slide in the center area bring up how anaerobic digestion is used in that process. Next slide, please. Next slide. Just more verification of everything I'm saying. Next slide, please. Now, these technologies, it's not just anaerobic digestion. You're using nanotechnologies in several different waste strategies. Next slide. Can we go to the following slide? I believe this is the one that brings up the harms. Yes, it says the do's and don'ts. Out of those do's and don'ts, it clearly states, do not ignore the potential risk of nanomaterials, overlook the environmental impact of nanomaterial production, educate stakeholders, but you won't educate the people, will you? Limit access to, next slide, please. Are there concerns with nanotechnology? Yes, there most certainly is. And then it gets into, in the second material, second slide in that one, what is the role of nanotechnology in waste to energy conversion? The third slide there is how these nanotechnologies and bioprocessing processes are part of a much bigger picture called biodigital convergence from the ISO and IEC. Next slide, please. And this guy here, his name is Francois Collier, SCC Governing Council member and covenant of the biodigital convergence from the IEC and ISO. And he clearly states how these biosensors are used in everything. If you look at that, not just waste, and how they're involved with environmental monitoring, smart water, and the list goes on. Thank you for having me here today. I would wish that this committee would address this bigger picture immediately and address all Ottawa residents of what you're doing. Stop spending money on these technologies until everyone is aware of every single technology involved in the smart city of Ottawa. We are currently going through the third and fourth phase of your smart city. I realize that. And it's time to educate the residents. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. I'm not seeing any questions. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Okay, so we're going to move to comments and questions for staff. And first up is Vice Chair Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff. I certainly appreciate the significant amount of time of work that has gone on and the fulsomeness of the report. I will admit I've got a little bit of continued anxiety moving forward with such a huge cost and while eliminating the mixed waste processing option when we don't yet have the measurements of our efforts around 3-bag limit, the banning from the ICI sector, the new diversion programs not in place yet for food, bulky items, all of that. So I just have a couple questions to do overall with moving forward and some of the considerations. The 2019 audit that was done to determine what's in our trash, was that a waste characterization study?
Yes, it was.
So it has the specific details about what was found within our garbage, the percentage of amount of materials that were found, similar to ones that were done by other jurisdictions such as Peel, for example.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All of the options that are presented, with the exception of the utilization of private landfills, rely on the city building an incinerator or city expanding landfills. Was there any look at perhaps leveraging the technology of a non-city facility? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Through you, Chair, and thanks for the question. So from what I gather, what you're asking is, are we looking at different funding opportunities or models in terms of partnership opportunities or different types of procurement opportunities? So that would be the next phase for this particular feasibility study. We've only looked at, we had to make some assumptions. So we've only looked at the total cost of the capital in terms of building and operating a facility of that nature, and haven't drilled down further into what potential opportunities could be available to us, although they were discussed in Tech Memo 3, I believe, in terms of what could be available to the city.
Okay, so there's still the option that remains open to look at. Maybe it's not the city that builds it. Maybe those are still on the table. Just the way the recommendations were framed, it looked like that was off the table. So I just, wanted to clarify on that.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Moving forward with different technologies or even, with any technologies, before using an incinerator or anything, how do you make sure that all the plastics and divertible material would be removed? Like, what will make sure that they're removed? Even if we have all the diversion programs in place, what is the check that makes sure that has happened?
So it's a great question and certainly top of mind for us, because we're wanting to ensure that we're maximizing all diversion potential in order to ensure for the Blue Box in particular, Blue Box program, because we will not be funding that we're wanting to send that material so that we're not then responsible for the payment of that moving forward. We'll be continuing with waste audits throughout in order to be checking to ensure what is left in the garbage in order to make sure that those materials are not there. I will kind of cue Bruce to possibly provide comment with what happens in the region of Durham with their facility. Currently, their diversion levels are greater than the city of Ottawa, and they do have an operating facility. So Bruce, just kind of putting you on the spot to maybe add a little bit of color around that, please.
Yes, thank you, Shelley. Yes, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity this morning. So Durham has a very robust Blue Box program, similar to the city of Ottawa. And that program has been in place for a number of years, well before the Durham York Energy Center was put or implemented. So that program is already in place. There is also screening that takes place prior to the waste being taken to the facility. And there are still some materials that get by. There's some materials that are not recoverable, that like film plastics and some other things that wind up in the waste stream still. But we also did their solid waste master plan, and there really hasn't been a reduction in their diversion programs. If anything, it's increased. So it's just mostly making sure everybody's habits at the curbside continue, and they have maintaining and that program and expanding it as new materials can be recovered.
Thanks. But when you're measuring the diversion to the blue and black streams there, you're measuring what's get diverted to the box, but not measuring when it gets to the now provincially run facility to see what actually shouldn't be in there, correct?
I honestly, I wouldn't know that. That might be something you'd have to talk to the folks at Durham Region specifically about.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that's part of my unease about things is when I took a tour of the blue and black bin facilities 2 summers ago, I think that I remember the gentleman that gave me the tour saying about 17% of what went into the blue box actually didn't belong in the blue box. And I think for the black box, it was about 7%. And so even then when we're diverting, we're not really diverting because that's ending up in trash somewhere, even if it's a private landfill. So these things just, I'm just trying to envision how this will all work in a new model for us as well when, and keeping measures of the garbage. Anyway, that's questions that will need to be answered as we move along. Just with respect to the coordination levels, I struck in the report, it talks about how this is a problem that all municipalities are facing with landfill capacity. How is the coordination working? This is probably a question for city staff with the provincial government and the federal government. I mean, earlier today, we had a motion about needing to have more advocacy for the provincial government, regardless of the steps that they're taking. So how are we working across all levels of government as we move into this, these steps that we need to take to make sure that we're all on the same page and that we are reducing the waste that is generated? Because I see it as a big gap.
Thank you for the question. And just further to what Andrea mentioned earlier, the advocacy that takes place. So we participate with other municipality leaders on these topics in order then to be having a common voice to the minister or to the feds on specific items. So thinking of the plastic ban piece, thinking about the IPR program. So those are our venues, our opportunities to be collectively, so with all municipalities across the province working together in order to raise those advocacy items.
Okay, thanks very much. And then can you just speak a little bit to, there was a delegation that spoke about the health impacts and maybe working with OPH, how work of Health Canada or OPH or whatever on the health impacts. Would you be able to speak a little bit to that as well?
Thanks for the question. So certainly within the next phase, OPH would certainly be engaged as a stakeholder. Of course, this is going to be a requirement even from a regulatory perspective in terms of an EA process. So certainly they will be a critical element of that process. And then I may again put Bruce Howie on the spot to talk a little bit more about how the public health implications come into that process.
Yeah, sure. So as part of the environmental screening process, I really, for any of the options that are carrying forward, there will be a human, typically, I know in the case of Durham, there was a human health risk assessment done during the screening process for the expansion of the Emerald facility in Brampton. There was a component to that. So, and I know in Durham's case, the health minister reviewed those reports as part of that. I know that was a comment made earlier. So if that option is carried forward, there would be, again, a robust screening process and environmental review process that would include a health risk assessment.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think my last question will be to the consultant at HDR. So in your work that you do, have you seen any Canadian cities contemplate the option that we're eliminating, which is the mixed waste processing? Or is it anything that you've ever recommended in your work?
It depends on jurisdiction, but specifically in Canada, I know Peel Region continues to look at mixed waste processing. City of Toronto has looked at it in the past, and we were part of that study. That was not carried forward. And Durham Region has looked at it actually post development of the DYC, but it did not carry it forward. Some of that is a combination of some of the things we identify in our report, that the percent additional recovery, the cost did not justify that, given that the blue box programs in those jurisdictions were robust. But in other jurisdictions we work in, like California, they have implemented, and we've been a part of implementing mixed waste processing, but that's because their recycling programs are not as robust, and they were also targeting specifically the organic fraction of the waste. But I can say that I know that Peel Region is continuing to look at it. The city of Edmonton did develop a mixed waste processing facility, and that at this point they're going forward with talking to a thermal processing vendor to develop essentially a waste energy facility to take their waste stream.
Okay, thank you very much. They forgot to start the timer, but I think I'm probably at 5 minutes, so I'll go to the next one. Otherwise, they won't let me have another 5.
Thanks. Thank you, Vice Chair. You might have been more. Yeah. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Those vice chair gets extra minutes, eh? I have a couple of comments. I feel like you were asked to do a very difficult thing. And I feel like maybe the direction by council and even in the solid waste master plan wasn't clear enough. And so I hopefully don't take any of these comments as criticisms. I think this is highly complex to try to figure out what the right thing to do is. But I said in my briefing, one of the things that bothered me was that every single category heading was just a 5-point scale, right? -2, -1, 0, 1, and 2. Whereas if you weighted things differently, the outcome would be different, right? And so the explanation here today was, well, this is pretty standard to do the 5 points, but I don't know that we gave any direction that any category should have been more heavily weighted, right? And so hence we have what we have. So I did want to just ask a couple of things but setting the stage with that, I don't know that the 5 that we ended up with are truly the 5 that maybe we should look at. And just for an example, was there ever a thought that you would just look at completely privately this being taken over? So the city gets right out of it and just pays tipping fees.
Thanks for the question. So I think that the scenario that you're talking about is scenario number 1 with the private facilities.
Well, you have current state plus private.
Right.
Right. So I'm saying no current state, only private.
So scenario number 1 is assuming that the trail waste facility landfill would reach capacity, and then entirely the private facility option would move forward with just tipping fees.
Okay. So that is purely private. Okay. The other question, thank you for that. The other question I had was, did you calculate in your calculations what dollar figure would be on the airspace gained by various programs?
Not in respect to the feasibility study here. I know some of that work's been done previously with some of the diversion initiatives in terms of what the airspace gain capacity could be, but not in particular for this study. Unless Bruce, I'm misspeaking, please feel free to jump in.
Yeah, no, I think that's accurate. Not specifically. We do look at, the different options about how much, to the point that there will always be some residual stream, and sort of how much you might get extended as far as landfill life, but there was nothing on a monetary basis calculated.
Okay, I just would say I think there should be. That's kind of an important calculation, I think. The other thing I would say is, waste management right here in our city. I mean, I know it's bigger than our city, but they're a great resource. Would you say you consulted them very much throughout some of your decision making here?
Thanks for the question. Certainly we'll take that away as we move into some of that stakeholder engagement in the next phases. But we've not gone out to consult at this point yet. That would be in the following stages of the work. But agree, they would be a great resource along with some of the other companies in the area.
Yeah, I mean, there's some leading firms all across North America who's, have ESGs of their own to meet. And I just think they are looking at things very differently and much more of a business model. I think as a city, we have different responsibilities, but they would look at things differently. And I think instead of them being seen as a partner or a stakeholder, seeing them as a resource might be helpful or might have been helpful. So, in terms of this motion here, happy to receive this, but direct staff to advance an in-depth evaluation of just the three. I don't know that I'm 100% happy about that. And then just direct staff to report back with a recommendation and finalized business case based on those three, really. So I'm not super happy with this here, but this is just committee. But I will just make that, and I want to repeat, I'm not saying that I think this is, terrible or anything. I think you were maybe not given tons of direction, and there were very short timelines, and you only have the solid waste master plan to go on, which is good, but maybe wasn't detailed enough. So, I hope this sounds sincere. Thank you for all this work. I'm not sure that we have exactly what we need here yet.
Thank you very much, Councillor. You're speaking to the report recommendations, the number 2. Okay. 2 and 3. Okay, thank you. All right, so next up is Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I want to look at during your presentation, you had mentioned that there was a peak in disposals in garbage generation during the pandemic. So I guess based on that comment, it's sort of come back down to a more regular level. I know pre-pandemic is not something we want to use anymore, but it's sort of come back down to more of a regular level.
Yes, that's correct. And actually, there was a CTV article that demonstrated for the first 5 months of the year, we are seeing positive work by the residents in order to align with the 3-item limit. So when you're comparing the last 3 years, January to May, there is a reduction in tonnage that is placed at the curb for disposal.
And given that it's a lagging indicator in terms of future landfill capacity, do the outlying years, I'm going to guess 2020, 21, and 22, roughly. Anyway, do the outlying data points sort of skew that data to perhaps give us a shorter timeline than we might actually have that's being presented here? Like I know space used is space used, right? It doesn't matter, but given that it is a lagging indicator, I'm thinking that we're not using something that skews the data one way or the other.
Yep, that's absolutely correct. So it is a 5-year rolling average. So those 2 high tonnage years are contributing to that average that's then being applied to the remaining airspace at the landfill. So won't include, it'll take a while for us to see the true value of the IC&I ban, for instance, or the use of private facilities for some of the tonnages that align with the next collection contract. So that's why it's so important for us to be reporting back more regularly and checking to see how we're doing, because we are in for some really big changes changes in the next few years. So we want to make sure that we are capturing those and reporting back and accounting for those in our remaining airspace.
Okay. Can you provide? Thank you. Can you provide a clear image in terms of how the rankings? So the technical requirements, the environmental requirements, and financial requirements are sort of fairly hard information. But I find the social requirements, it's always. It's not as black and white, I guess, as the other requirements. How exactly did you arrive for the scoring and the preferential level that you determined?
Thank you for the question, and I will start. And Bruce, I'm hoping that you'll be able to jump in, given your work on these types of studies in the past. But again, the evaluation table was really to be used as a tool. So there is a huge amount of information and impacts and categories that were evaluated. So it's really to be able to break down the evaluation table in a meaningful, categorical way for your review. And again, it's by no means set in stone, and certainly things can change as we drill down to some of the different scenarios. But I will let Bruce comment on how these evaluations and matrices and scoring tables are typically set up.
Yeah, thank you, Heidi. Yeah, I mean, I think you captured it, but it was in part based on consultation with city staff. It's also based on our experience doing these types of evaluations in other locations like Durham, like Peel Region, and other jurisdictions across North America. Some of the information is arrived at through qualitative means. That's data backed, but it's a qualitative assessment. And then some of the other factors on the social side were developed actually through a quantitative model, triple bottom line analysis. So it's kind of a mix. But as Heidi said, it's always open to tweaking or modification.
Okay. Thanks very much. I know a lot of it is soft data. There are little bits of social requirement that it's very quantitative. My last question then is, given that in the status quo in option 1, scenario 1, you note that there could be competition and demand from neighboring municipalities because of the declining landfill capacity overall in Ontario, including in Eastern Ontario. Do we by chance have a full picture of what that looks like just yet?
No, we don't necessarily. And it's so difficult to know that far out in advance to what facilities will even be available and what other solutions other municipalities or even private entities will have secured at that time. So that's kind of what the risk is with the private facility option, is that we don't totally know what's going to be available at that time.
Okay, understood. Yep, thanks. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. And I think the answer to some of those questions is good news in that hopefully our airspace is better, the 5-year rolling average going forward with the 3-item limit than it would have been previously. Hopefully that's a positive news story as those numbers come out. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for all your work you put into this. Some of the points that have been raised by our delegations is this the right time to be looking at, and I'll just use it in quotation, waste to energy, when we're already working on diverting with the 3-bag policy, and we're doing other measures. For example, how is the 3-bag policy working so far? And it can only be anecdotal, I guess, because you don't have hard evidence. But I just want to know what a difference it's making.
Thank you for the question. So we are seeing a reduction at the curb through the 3-item limit policy implementation. We will have a further update in the fall. So recognizing, as mentioned in the report, there are a number of factors that contribute to waste setouts, and economy is one of them. And recognizing that we're in a particular, not the best of economies right now, which could also influence consumer behavior. I think the Facebook Marketplace, the Buy Nothing tend to be doing a great business, which is wonderful because, again, those materials are getting a second or a third life. So that is why we're wanting to come back in the fall in order to give a more fulsome picture on the progress of the the solid waste master plan, the planning for the other diversion projects that the team are currently working on, in addition to a fulsome update of how the 3-item limit is working.
So given that, I feel like we need to wait a bit more. That's the overall impression, that we're going to see different results coming up, and we need to assess that. I think that was raised, and I think those were very good points. Yeah, and also the fact that we're not fully implementing multi-residential buildings yet. We're getting there, and parks. I know I've been pestering about parks for a while, but I realize there's a cost, but when I compare the cost of these types of programming, and that's always, said that there's a cost to these things versus the investment and to see if we need an incinerator, I think it's quite a lot. It's less for sure. I just want to know what if can we get estimates on what those things are compared? Like these, we know that they would make a difference. They're not perfect, and I know with the parks one, I've been told it's not a huge difference. It's more of a psychological difference because it gets people into the habit in a public place. So I take that, I realize that it's not going to fix everything. But I think the publicness of showing you must recycle, because there's a lot of people that still don't, and they just put it all in a dark bag and that's it. I know that's the case. So we need more education for sure, and the cost of education, and a really robust program. But I think it's that what's already been mentioned is just the roles of federal and provincial government in taking on waste diversion by, forcing recycling. I can't believe in this day and age, we still have the plastics that we have that are totally thrown out, that are just thrown out, they're garbage. It's crazy, the overpackaging. There's so much that can be done. And even if they just took baby steps, it would help. I don't know if you have any comment of what would make the biggest difference, because I see so much plastic waste. You just have to go shopping to get anything, and you realize, why is there so much packaging on this, and what could be done? Would that make a big difference?
Thanks for the comments, and certainly we agree, and we recognize that at the end, we have some limited control, and so thank the members of council who approved the solid waste master plan, which really is that first step, and we're actively working on other diversion activities. I love contingencies, and I like to have a few irons in the fire at once. And so I think through the recommendations of this report, we're going to be fine-tuning our numbers, bringing back some better information, recognizing that this is new information regarding the expansion of the trail waste facility. So previously we thought it was 8 years. Now it's looking better for 15. That's great news. At the same time, though, the ultimate approval is outside of our control. And so what's in our control is basically making sure that we're able to have confidence in our numbers, updating our numbers now that we are well outside of COVID period, in order to understand what those tonnages are and what we're going to be dealing with, and what in the end we need to be managing.
Thank you. And I think it's also important to point out that we were talking about this earlier, is that building an incinerator seems like an action item, where dumping your garbage seems like it's passive and you're not doing anything, when in fact there's a lot that can be done in terms of what you're recapturing and of the gases, etc. Do you have any comment on some of the technologies that are being used at the trail?
Thanks for the question. And I mean, I totally agree with you. I could talk about the trail waste facility all day. So currently we have a really high standard in terms of our gas capture at our landfill. So I've mentioned in the presentation, we're about 85 to 90% of our gas capture of the gas that's being generated. And so we do have an electricity power plant facility there. So we are capturing the gas and it is being used and beneficially reused and turned into electricity. And of course, there's another long-term optimization strategy that will be coming forward in the fall that talks about that site in particular and how we want to manage our gas going forward with some new technologies like renewable natural gas, for instance. So there's still a lot that can be done with, in terms of energy recovery at a landfill facility. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. I think those are important points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, great delegations today. And I certainly was interested to hear more about how we want to situate our decisions in the most evidence that we have. I think this team is very strong on evidence-based decision-making, but I would agree with some of my councillor comments that perhaps we've sent you off to do some work sort of before all of the evidence that you might use to make these types of decisions or calculations is available. So I'm conscious of making that. The table 3.1 in the consultant's report is sort of what I'm going to refer to in this because it's a summary of the various options and it was on page 30, if that's helpful. So in option 5, in the GHG impacts, it's at 12,000 to 1650 or 16.5. Is that before the potential 90% capture that we're able to do at trail, or is that after?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to refer to Bruce Howie on the line to be able to answer this one.
That is after. And it's based off of, because that's a new landfill, it's roughly based off of what the industry average is, which is on the order of about 85%. And I think it's important to note that the landfills emit methane, which is like 30 times higher of a CO2 impact. So that's what that range is roughly based off of.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I couldn't entirely hear everything he was saying. Are we able to repeat it with someone that's in the room? He's suggesting that this is an after 90% reduction of the emissions that you're applying to trail, or am I comparing apples to oranges?
Yeah, that's correct. He said that this was after the 85% collection.
Okay. And so in this graph, the GHG impacts for waste to energy would be significantly less than a landfill.
Sorry, can you repeat that? For which scenario?
Oh, sorry, for option 2. So option 2 says that the GHG impacts are significantly less than option 5.
Bruce, I'm going to have you answer that question if you don't mind, please, if you're still on.
Yeah, no, I'm still on. And that's based on the average annual GHG impacts. The evaluation table has the more detailed calculation that we went through with the triple bottom line analysis. But again, that's based in part on the impacts, a number of things. The fact that it's methane, that even with that significant reduction or capture, it has a higher CO2 equivalent than some of the GHG impacts from a waste energy facility. It's also a waste energy facility is in real time over that study period or captured, whereas a landfill is over, it's over a longer period because it's generating and it's carbon decomposition over time. So that's why that particular table or that comparison shows that the landfill options are higher.
Thank you for the question. I think I'll just add some more context to that. So the numbers in that table, 3.1, were from the initial evaluation that are in Tech Memo 1. Bruce, I'm going to say all of this and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but those were the initial assumptions looking at greenhouse gas emissions. Specifically, that one flipped from the original initial looking at how much greenhouse gas would be emitted compared to a waste energy facility and a landfill. When we delved into it, HDR did more modeling, which is outlined within the feasibility study and in Appendix A of the feasibility study, I believe, or one of the appendices that has what they call the SROI analysis. You will see some really great charts that show the difference between greenhouse gas coming from the landfill and coming from waste to energy. And it looks at both anthropogenic and biogenic. We're reporting on the anthropogenic portions, but that's why you can see in the evaluation table, which is that bigger table with all the green and different colors, that it's showing the opposite, where landfill with the great landfill gas capture rate that we're seeing is actually lower greenhouse gas emissions than the waste to energy facility.
Okay, that was very helpful. I had both the charts out printed separately, and so I was having trouble reconciling 3.1, but what a fabulous answer. So I am grateful to hear that because it did seem to be very high, and I was confused as to how we were reconciling it with the rest of the conversation. You know, I guess I wonder to what extent it is staff's feeling that the recommendations from the consultant are properly reflective of the realities that you're working towards in the solid waste master plan. I guess I remain concerned. I had understood that the mixed waste processing solution would actually, in fact, work more alongside the values of our existing diversion programs and speak to consumer behaviors and participant behaviors in more of the ethos of what we're trying to do in our solid waste master plan. While I find the waste to energy solution concerning, because I do wonder if one of the suggestions might be, well, why don't we scrap all of our diversion programs and the costs associated with that, given that we can just burn it anyway? And I think that politically, that is actually a reality. And I believe that the solid waste master plan actually pushes back on some of those assumptions, and some of the strategic initiatives under this council push back on those assumptions. But I am concerned about moving more in that way politically, because I think that a cost savings might be to just throw it all in the fire, in the furnace. And I really would like for us to push back on some of the simplicity of that thinking, perhaps, because politically simple feels smart.
Thank you for the question. There's a couple of items I'd like to address on what you were saying. So the mixed waste processing, during the solid waste master plan, the thought was we would be able to capture more of that divertible material than we actually saw. Once we looked into the 2019 waste audit, looked at what our actual waste is composed of, and reviewed mixed waste processing facilities and what they are actually able to reuse and get out. If material is too contaminated, you can't. So that's one step. So we actually were only seeing an extra 8% diversion with mixed waste processing. And for the cost of it, as was said earlier, it doesn't seem that lines up. For the waste to energy facility and the concern about diverting material, I think one thing is you don't want organics in a waste to energy facility. All of that wet material doesn't do well in an incinerator. So that's one thing. So we would want to continue to encourage that organics. And then the other recyclables is through the extended producer responsibility. So it's being done by others. And so they would still want to be taking that material out, and we're not paying for that anymore. So if we put it to the incinerator, it's costing the city more money.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a lot to say on this matter because I support the staff recommendation before us. I am comforted by the range of three main options that the consultant will now fully explore and analyze and come back to us. And despite some successes in diversion, and I only see us doing better and better as the years roll by, the report does not lie when it states that in the next 28 years, there will be 500,000 more people living in the city, and some of that waste that will be produced will be destined for a landfill. And so we have been told for years that you need to plan many years in advance of making a decision. And I believe the time is now to do that in-depth analysis and not wait. And so while we are making decisions that extend the life of our landfill, which I have supported, and we are diverting more and more waste from the landfill, at the end of the day, we're going to have to make a decision. The landfill at eventually will have finite capacity and will be full, and we will be needing to confront what to do next. And so for me, the timeline is now, and I have not prejudged the outcome of this analysis. I have not redone the work of the consultant to date, and I am supportive of what's before us. And so this is a major issue we've been talking about for as long as I've been attending these meetings. And it's critical for a city of our size to have a waste management plan and a destination for our waste. So I appreciate the work to date, and I certainly appreciate the work that will be forthcoming. And this will, of course, be before the next term of council to make a final decision. So I just want to thank staff to date, and you have my support with the recommendation before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So I certainly appreciate the tension that we as a council experience whenever we approach these kinds of major decisions that don't only cost hundreds of millions of dollars, but they have the potential for massive environmental and societal impact. And I also appreciate that in that sober reconciling with what lays before us, that we start to talk about striving for, let's say, far more aggressive solutions to diversion, or just alone expanding the capacity of trails. So I do appreciate that spirit, and I do think there is, I hope there is, far greater potential in accomplishing our long-term goals through diversion rates. But thinking back to what Councillor Johnson was saying about how politically the simple is often, the easiest thing to do, I can't help but think about many emails that I get from residents in my ward, where now that the 3-item policy is in full effect and certain residents put out 4 items and they get that little tag that says you can't do that, the email I get is, I pay so much in taxes, and then go on to say stuff that speaks to an entitlement to put out as much waste as you want because you pay X dollars in taxes. And I think that mentality would go very much aligned with the simple option of, why don't I just put it all there? I pay my taxes, go burn it, and I'm done with it, without taking into account the impact that will have on all of us downstream. So my questions, I want to speak to, based on what the delegate from Cafe said earlier about check the assumptions. So I did not do as nuanced a dive into the report as my colleague did. I'm just working off this matrix here, but I did find elements of the matrix a bit confusing. I just wanted to, on the category of environmental requirements, at least for waste to energy, where that is likely one of the recommendations because it scores so high in that category, it gets a +6 for whatever that means. But that +6 includes, I assume, high scores on energy recovery potential. And we say that as if the recovered energy is the intended outcome, when really it's possibly a side benefit. And so on the issue of energy recovery, because as the delegate from Waste Watch had clarified in his report, energy recovered from incineration ranks among the lowest efficiency energy generations, has the highest, amongst the highest carbon intensities for that energy generation, ranking it along with coal. And so it almost seems as if when you score it high for energy generation recovery, are we factoring in the net impacts of that? Are we factoring in the fact that energy generated is low efficiency, that energy generated comes with a massive carbon intensity? Do we take into account the net potential loss of that energy generation? Because it seems like we're just talking about it in a positive way.
And I'm going to refer to Bruce again to be able to expand upon this.
Bruce, back to you.
Sorry about that.
I will take this as
Oh,
seeing
thank you.
Bruce may have had to step off. Thank you for the question. So energy recovery, the greenhouse gases associated with it have been considered when they were doing the analysis. So that would be covered off in the greenhouse gas portion. It should also be mentioned that there's the district energy option where you transfer heat through water, but we couldn't assess that fully because we don't know where the site is going to be located and if there's that potential for a partnership. That would be a cleaner, more efficient way of getting energy. So that's something that could be looked into in this next stage if we know where the site is.
And is that element, that uncertainty of the DER through heated water, is that factored into this scoring? Do you happen to know?
It's not factored into the score. It's just added as this is a potential. And it is also, even in the financial section for revenues, it's not included. It would be an extra estimated $20 million in revenues that could be seen if we have a site that can do district energy.
All right, thank you. My next question is on the next category under the in evaluation criteria on the social requirements. So again, and I'm only looking at the matrix there, but there's a big differential in social requirements between construct a new landfill and waste to energy incineration, where one gets a -6 and the other gets a +1. But when I look at the five things itemized under social requirements, at least how it's scored in the matrix, it doesn't seem to be, at least here, have that 7-point delta. So for example, so I guess broadly, if it seems very similar here, but it's a big differential, can either yourself or Bruce speak to what is the big difference on social requirements between a new incinerator or a new landfill?
Thank you for that question. So I'm not sure which table you're looking at. The one in the executive summary doesn't go into the details of if it's least preferred or less preferred. It just is a white box. So if you go to table 7.1 in the feasibility study or document 2 in the attachments, it lays out the least preferred, all of those things you can see. So with the new landfill scenario, that one has the most least preferred. So that's what we'll get at all the -2s added up to give it that low recording. So for example, it's the potential visual impacts, the other nuisance impacts, and because it's an outdoor facility on a large piece of land compared to a waste energy facility.
Fair enough. Thank you. My last question, I want to go back to what the delegate from Cafes was referring to, where in the HDR report, I believe the report was speaking about assumptions of future total waste tonnage of 257,000 tons per year, and how that assumed figure spoke perhaps in marked contrast to what we could get to through diversion. And so I guess my question to that, whether yourself or Bruce could speak to, is that, I don't want to say that that figure is inflated, but is that figure, which is higher than what the delegate was saying it could be, is that based purely on population growth and therefore the delegate just not recognizing the population growth? Or is it based, what I'm concerned with, on a lowballing of what we could achieve through diversion?
Thank you for the question. So definitely we looked at what the number would be, the tonnage number would be in the future if no diversion activities worked out. But we also looked at the number of if all those diversion activities worked out, that's the 199,000. And if these facilities would still work with that number. So it was determined that even with that lower number, it would work. We did the costing at the 267, the higher number, to be conservative and to make sure that we're communicating what it could be. So if it was lower, And this is some of the work that we would recommend in the next phase, is really getting down to what our tonnages could be so that we could lay out what that facility would be.
If you did the capital costing at the high level, did you also do the revenue generation at the high level?
Yes, that was at the high level as well.
Because to a degree, I appreciate the conservatism of saying, let's figure out the worst case scenario, how much it could cost. If none of our diversion works, it's going to cost this much because it needs to be this big. But it's a bit pessimistic to base the revenue generation on us not meeting our targets. It would be, because I think we are all still hoping that we get a lot from diversion. It would perhaps be a truer sense of where we aim to go if you base the revenue generation on where we could have, idealistically could arrive at. So what's the differential then, if you know, between what you have put in the table of revenue generation at 260,000, the big number, and revenue generation at, if we do succeed with our diversion? Is it significant?
We don't have that information at this time, but again, I think that that's something that we could take forward into next steps if we do that, to understand the potential revenues at a lower tonnage, but we will again have a better idea of what that tonnage could be.
Well, again, then, because
Councillor, I'll just ask you to wrap up on questions.
last point then, because right now you're scoring relatively high for incineration on revenue generation potential based on the assumption that we fail with diversion. It feels like that.
I guess, yes, that would be correct.
Okay. I'd rather we succeed at diversion and not turn this into a cash generator. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to get back on the list. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation, and appreciated hearing from the delegations. My first question to staff, I'd like a little bit more of an explanation as to why landfilling, whether that's with a private provider or our own trail road facility, ranked equal with a waste to energy solution. And a couple sentences, what would have pushed waste to energy into a clear first place, not resulting in a tie?
I think just to clarify, Councillor Brown, with the new landfill, construction of a new landfill option, it was ranked lowest when compared to other scenarios.
My understanding, reading the report, that was carrying on with using other private landfills as we are today and trail ranked equal and tied with waste to energy, not building a new one, using what we have existing today in the city of Ottawa.
Yes, so sorry, you're correct. So with the private waste facilities, this would be based off of a tipping fee model entirely.
Okay, thank you. And just to confirm what we already know, airspace is a non-renewable resource. Once we use it, it's gone forever. Is that correct?
Yes, there is a maximum capacity of airspace at the landfill.
All right, thank you. I know, colleagues, one of the concerns that I have is continually landfilling, and I understand that landfilling must be a component of a waste to energy solution. But if we don't look to leverage technology going forward, the concern I have is that rural Ottawa will end up with the next landfill. And so my second question, colleagues, to staff, what would be the likelihood, if you had to guess, that a new greenfields landfill will be sited within the urban boundary? Anyone on staff can answer that.
Of course, all of the siting identification for any of the facilities that would be moving forward into the next phase would need to be reviewed. But as you're aware, landfills require space, certainly a lot of it. So, I mean, based on our rural and urban landscapes, I would have to assume that a new landfill would be outside of the urban boundary.
Thank you. That would be my assumption as well, which means today what we're telling rural residents is you're going to get a new landfill if that's the way council chooses to go. I think we can continue to divert. I think we heard from staff already that residents are doing better than expected at reducing the curbside set out. But what this council did was cut the capacity of a core service in half and charged more for the service to be provided. I understand that we're trying to buy airspace and I support that. But I want to make sure that we solve the problem going forward, not just prolong the problem. And if we only continue to landfill, whether that means building a brand new landfill or using what we have as approved airspace today, both public and private facilities, we're just prolonging that issue. The other thing I would say, colleagues, building on a comment from Councillor Curry, and I'm pleased to hear that we haven't completely ruled out the opportunity of the private sector running a solution and us getting out of the solid waste business. I would suggest that Ottawa doesn't do large projects well. We are not experts. We're certainly not waste to energy experts, but we drive thousands of vehicles in the city of Ottawa, but we don't own a car manufacturing facility. We use tens of thousands of electronic devices in the city every day to do our work, but we don't own an IT company. I would suggest that we don't need to own a waste to energy facility, and we would be better off letting the industry experts come in and provide that solution, and we simply be a customer. That might be the easiest path forward if we're looking to solve the solution or solve our issue going forward instead of prolonging it. So again, thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I know a lot of work has been done and staff are to be commended, and I know there's a lot of work to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the report. I would echo the comments that I heard from my colleagues about the clear, significant amount of work that went into this, and I think the report reflects the complexity of this problem. Certainly, one of the things that I'm taking away from this is that a part of the challenge we're having is the need to compare unlike variables. So there's a number of downsides to the numerous options that you're putting forward. But it's not like we're saying, does one option produce more dioxins and smoke than the other, or the same amount? We're saying, does one option produce more economic cost versus dioxins versus other downsides? In particular, the things I'm concerned about, having Trail Road right next to me, is landfill odors. I'm concerned about seepage into groundwater. I'm concerned with what an expansion would look like at Trail Landfill. I think the deliberate way that you've put this together is reasonable, but certainly I would be concerned to make sure that any future expansion or prolongation of the operations at Trail would certainly be taking into consideration the need for odor mitigations. So my first question, simply put, is what can we expect if there's going to be an expansion at Trail Road with regard to odor management?
Thank you for the question. And very valid concerns, of course, especially with your ward and the impacts of the landfill on your ward. Similar odor abatement measures would be taken in the case of an expansion. So we do have a regulatory requirement to collect landfill gas. We have invested a significant amount this year in infrastructure, so $1.8 million in infrastructure this year to make sure that we are going above and beyond, the best achievable technology that's really economically feasible for us to do so. So we would continue doing that in the case of an expansion of a new landfill. We are regulated by the province to ensure that we are following that mandate, as well as the city operated site. We are, our goal is to reduce the impacts we have on the local community, and we strive to do that.
I noted when you made the key comparison slide, you talked about the potential revenue. I appreciated I think the appropriate way you tried to simplify a complex issue. Are we looking at the option from the perspective of having a regional opportunity as opposed to just a city opportunity, both economically, environmentally, and I would also even get into, the space of other levels of government, noting that institutional, retail, commercial waste is not managed by the city, but certainly in close coordination with the city. But are those opportunities for cooperation, be it with neighboring municipalities or with those other entities that currently operate somewhat independently, are those being looked at in terms of how these options could potentially leverage the opportunities from that?
That's certainly the intention within the next phase, is to do that regional capacity scan to understand what the needs of our neighboring municipalities are, certainly, and to understand what the long-term waste needs are and opportunities that might be available to us.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, the coordination with Ottawa Public Health was brought up this morning. Could you speak to your work to date with Ottawa Public Health or your plans in the future?
Thank you for the question. During this fact gathering stage where we were doing just a lot of technical review, we didn't contact Ottawa Public Health at this time, but it would definitely be something in the next phase that we would be talking to Ottawa Public Health along with other interested groups, other government bodies, to make sure that we gather as much information. And as we go into, if we were to go into an environmental assessment process, that's definitely a requirement as well, that we would be doing more consultation with those sorts of bodies.
Okay, thank you. So I think what I'm hearing is your intent is to go forward and do broad consultation, which I know that's a component of what's contained in Councillor Menard's motion. What I'm hearing is you're planning on doing that regardless. Is that a fair comment? Okay, thank you.
Yes, correct.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, thank you very much for the report. Obviously, we're not really making any real decisions today, but certainly gathering the information is really critical. And with the gathering, we've seen a lot more cities, not just across the world, but specifically in Canada. Toronto's looking at going forward with waste to energy. Vancouver is already in that space, but they're doing more. And as well as anytime it comes to cycling or anything related to that, we're always highlighting Amsterdam as the gold standard, but they're way far ahead on this front on waste to energy for heat and electricity. Are we looking at all these areas as part of the report?
Thank you for the question. During the report, we did look at, like through the feasibility study, we were reviewing what's in existence now, what's been done in Europe, what's been done across Canada and North America. And that would definitely be considered going forward, especially when we're looking into siting, is considering what's been done elsewhere and what kind of energy, when you're talking about the energy with electricity and heating, that's also a consideration that will be.
Great, thank you. And obviously it's, you know, we have legacy stuff that they've learned over time, like Amsterdam, where they've learned the goods and bad. Again, I did vote against plasma back in the day, the plasma gasification. I never bought into that mumbo jumbo, but this is real testing technology, not leading edge, bleeding edge stuff that we're looking at. It's what's already in place and offered that we're looking at.
Correct. We were directed to look at proven technologies. So any of those emerging technologies that you're referring to, that we didn't consider that. We wanted to make sure that we had something that was proven going forward.
Yeah, and I think that's key to it, because we always wear it when it goes pear-shaped when we want to be a leader. I'd rather look at standard across the board. And with the Toronto one specifically, only because I know a lot of council colleagues there, they're looking at that as the future. It's only 5 hours up the road. You don't have to hop on a plane to Amsterdam as much. That would be more fun. Are we really following what they're doing as far as how they're making their decisions? I mean, it's very similar. It's in the same province, same environmental standards.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we've been in touch with Toronto, and we will continue to touch base with them to see, because we're on a very similar path. They're in a very similar situation to us.
That's great. Thank you very much for the report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Devine. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Chair. I just would be remiss to not mention that, you know, given some of the handcuffing that we've had with the P3 of the LRT, that if we were to enter into a waste technology, although I appreciate other councillors' perspectives that the private sector can save us, I think we would have to take many of the recommendations quite seriously from that inquiry and ensure that the risk was on the private entity and not on the public purse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I just had a couple of questions that I want to make sure to ask too. After a waste to energy incinerator expends its life in 25 years to 30 years, what happens? What's the process at that time?
I think I would turn to Bruce, who I think is back connected. I believe there could be refurbishment, but Bruce, if you're there.
Yeah, and I apologize for my IT challenges, but can folks hear me okay?
We can.
Yes. So, yes, I mean, many of these facilities, including some in the United States, the Brampton facility the Burnaby facility, for example, is well over 30 years old. So it would require refurbishment, but many of these facilities in Europe and North America last significantly longer than the 25 years. If at that time the decision was made to take the facility offline, then it would just go through a decommissioning process, similar to any other facility.
If it's not taken offline and it's kept and there's a replacement, I suppose, of some of the facility, what is the cost for refurbishment?
It varies, but it's on the order of, for a facility that's 30 years or older, it's on the order of
Bruce, we're having trouble
some of
hearing
the
you.
older components of it. Am I back?
You might be back. So
did you lose me again?
What? Maybe just
sorry.
You're going.
I'm sorry about that.
Just try again.
Yeah. So am I okay right now?
Yep. Okay. Does staff have the answer of how much the cost is, the estimate to replace, refurbish after 25 years to 30 years?
We don't have an answer on that right now, but we can.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm really sorry. So yeah, it depends. After about a 25 or 30 year period, there will be some capital infusion required. It's hard to say. It depends on the components, but it would be roughly $3.5 to $4.5 to $5 million a year in current 2025 Canadian dollars.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's helpful information. So I think we still have quorum here. We're at the end of questions from committee members. So I had a direction that was on the table that Councillor Tierney's asked to turn into a motion, which completely fine to have a discussion on it. I'm gonna just ask. Normally I'd ask the vice chair, but Councillor Johnson, if you can just chair, you're beside me here, and I'll just speak to it, speak to the direction and the overall report. I don't know. Switch seats.
I don't mind. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, so thanks. I'll just speak to it briefly. So I don't normally, ideally we work together, right? We have, if there's a problem with it and I'm not seeing, I think I've canvassed a few members on this issue, and I guess some of the issues that were raised is we shouldn't have redundancy, right? Because I think staff are going to do some consultation in any event, and I agree. We don't want to have redundancy. I think the important pieces back here that change that a little bit are the report back period. And the discussions with folks into the report back period in 2026 to make sure that they're informed of the stakeholders are informed of that strategy. So just without hearing from members beyond just the canvassing that I've done to try to be open to change this, what I'm trying to do is to come to, I guess, some sort of consensus around this issue. So I think with that, if it's okay with you, I'll just read in a different motion that would hopefully achieve the things that councillors were going to speak to. So I know Councillor Lulaf has his hand up, and I'll hand it over to you, Chair, before I read in the alternative.
Chair Lulaf, would you like to see the alternative before speaking? That would make sense to me.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that sounds great.
Thank you. Chair Bernard, when you're ready to read
Yes,
it
thank you. So that should have been sent in by now. So hopefully people have it. I'll just check with staff. I'll say maybe we should take a 2-minute recess. Okay, thanks.
2-minute recess then.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we're coming back. If we can come back and sit in our seats, we'll get this started again. Thank you. So after some discussion among members, the item is going to move to council with the changed wording to reflect people's priorities. And so now I will turn it back to Chair Menard.
Thanks very much. Yeah, just trying to build by consensus here on how we consult when we come back, those sorts of things, and appreciate the dialogue around the table. We'll make sure the language is reflective of the members around the committee and what they're looking for. I did want to thank staff on the overall report, which is still in front of us. And this was a huge amount of work. And I think sooner than we were anticipating, given the 30-year solid waste master plan, all of the work that went into that, and the approvals that council has made. I think it's important we reflect on the fact that we've done a huge amount of work and heavy lifting this term of council already on waste management, on the solutions to our problems longer term. That includes several different options that have been presented in the feasibility study. And it includes our household hazardous waste. It includes our parks work. It includes changes to curbside and in our buildings, the green bin in our buildings. So a huge amount of effort that has gone into here, and we're better off for it. We're improving as we go. Sometimes we don't go as far as maybe others want, and sometimes we go a bit further than others might want, but we're getting to a good place here. And what you've done with the work here, I think, makes a lot of sense, because you're asking to give yourself some time to do this proper analysis, to consult with people, and to come back to council with recommendations that are going to have lasting impact on the city of Ottawa for decades to come. So I just wanted to thank you for the report. I think it's well done, and I hope that as a committee we can carry the report recommendations. So are those recommendations carried? Carried. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that. We're going to move on to the next item, which has several delegations, which is the fossil fuel advertising review. So we're going to move. There's no staff presentation here. Staff had written back in over to council on the staff memo, and delegations have signed up to speak to this. So we'll start right away with delegations. What I'll do is first, before delegations, actually, I'll move a direction. And that's that staff be directed to monitor the decision which results from this ongoing legal challenge, and upon delivery of a court decision, prepare and provide a report to Finance and Corporate Services Committee and Environment Committee regarding the change results and any further action potentially required as it pertains to the City of Ottawa advertising policy. So this is just with regard to the legal landscape. It's a report back to committee once we see those legal challenges worked out. Yes.
I'll call the vote.
Sure. So that's a direction. You can call a vote on the direction. We still have delegations to speak to the item. So that sounds good. Did you want the vote now?
What
we have delegations for the item, but this is a direction. So
at your pleasure.
Okay. Well,
yeah, Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. There was confusion last time, and maybe I'll ask the clerk to repeat it one more time. A direction that comes in front of us, nothing changes when a vote is called on it. The direction remains the same. It just automatically converts to a motion instead of simply direction. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, per 3310, a direction can be made into a motion with a recorded vote. That being said, a motion other motions can be brought forward on the item. So therefore, the direction or a motion can be altered or resubmitted or withdrawn.
It could be, but it could just remain the same way we call a vote. So just for clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, I understand. And I know people have been asking for more votes on directions lately. That's fine. I think what we'll do is we'll go through the delegations that have registered and waited a long time today, and then we can get to the substance of the direction and any of the chats that folks want to have around the committee. So we're moving right into delegations. First up is Sam Hirsch. I think Sam's online. Sam, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thanks, Chair. So thanks for having me to speak today. I'm glad that after a year and a half of delay that we're finally here discussing this issue, but it seems like there's going to be more delay as well. So I suppose I would like there to be more action taken, but I suppose take what I'm saying with a grain of salt to an extent. But we first came to you in the winter of 2024 to demand that the city look into a fossil fuel ad ban. Since then, we sent a letter with 15 groups from across the city demanding a ban, have garnered close to 1,200 signatures on the petition, and have been working with local groups all over the province who may bring this issue to their councils as well. From talking to people from across the city, they think it's high time that we move on these ads and respect our commitment to a climate emergency from 2019. It's frustrating that this report was constantly delayed for over a year while other projects continued to be expedited despite the pressing nature of the climate crisis. We need to use every tool at our disposal, and fast. First, I do want to acknowledge the work of staff in the memo. I'm glad to see that staff recommend and outline the new greenwashing provisions in the Competition Act and will decline those that do not meet the standards. I do see that as a very small step forward and something that I do think wouldn't be here if we didn't push for it. I also appreciate that staff will highlight the complaints process as far as it pertains to these types of advertisements, though I will add that I don't think that the onus should be on residents to tell the city which ads should or should not be accepted, and should rather be on the city to take the leadership here. These fossil fuel corporations or fake grassroots organizations like Canada Action have the money and lawyers to challenge complaints and could probably come out on top if push came to shove. It shouldn't be up to who has the most money in regards to our health and safety, because I think that's what it all boils down to at the end of the day, what sort of risk we're willing to take to put forward to ensure that the public interest is respected. In 1980, Toronto was the first municipality to ban tobacco ads. This was despite a federal tobacco ban only being implemented in 1989, almost 10 years later. I also want to turn our attention to The Hague. Many of us probably brought this up last time we discussed this, but The Hague voted to approve a motion to ban adverts on fossil fuels in September 2024, and it came into effect in January of this year. The municipal bylaw has also been challenged since in court. On April 25th, 2025, just over a month ago, the court did rule in favor of the municipality. They argued that the ban, quote, "The ban does not violate the freedom of expression as enshrined in the Constitution. Commercial advertising is not protected under freedom of expression." The judge stated that this form of advertising is clearly intended to serve commercial purposes and therefore does not fall under constitutional protection. Yes, it's a different constitution, but still think it's relevant. The court further ruled that The Hague has a significant degree of policy freedom in making decrees and local rules it deems important for its residents, and that the municipality had sufficiently substantiated the advertising ban could protect the health of residents and visitors of The Hague and reduce the negative effects of climate change. The Hague took bold action and have since been vindicated by the courts, but it wasn't without legal risk. Again, I think this is what it all boils down to. What are councillors, you at this table today, are willing and are not willing to take risk on? And it's indeed clear that councillors are willing to take legal risk on some things. Recently, most of you voted in favor of moving forward with a bubble bylaw, which has significant legal risk as it pertains to potentially breaching the rights and freedoms of residents and grassroots organizations to protest against things like massive human rights abuses, among other things. But when it comes to the rights of massive fossil fuel companies like Imperial Oil, Suncor, MEG Energy, and more to positively advertise their products that are intrinsically opposed to the city's own climate plans and the public interest, there is suddenly way too much risk to follow through. If you're going to vote on things that pertain to legal risk, it needs to be consistent. So councillors, I know that taking bold leadership is hard and not easy and it's risky, but being a leader is always difficult. So I would ask that we at least, support Councillor Menard's motion to keep this conversation going. Of course, I would rather see further action today, but I think we need to keep this conversation going at the very least. And I respect some of the work in this memo, but it isn't enough. If we want to truly respect our own climate goals, significant risk may be necessary, and we need to act now because we know we will be vindicated later. I suppose the ultimate question is what's more important, a green future or Imperial Oil's right to fund ads through the Pathways Alliance, saying how much we need oil and gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Thanks for waiting all day today. There's not questions at the moment. Councillor Hill has a question.
No, thank you very much. Wrong button. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the delegation, Mr. Hirsch. How do you reconcile Section 2 of the Charter with an advertisement ban?
Excuse me. Well, I mean, again, like I said in my delegation, of course, there's legal risk here. as staff noted and as others have noted, but there was legal risk also when the city decided to ban tobacco ads in 2000 and others, and like Toronto did in 1980, even though there wasn't a federal ban at that time. So yes, there's legal risk, but sometimes being a leader means taking risk. And yes, the fossil fuel industry might take legal action. But as I said, this council has shown that in some cases they are willing to take legal risk. So I think this is something that's worth it, something that other cities have thought about doing or are doing because it's the right thing to do. So yes, there's risk, but I believe if we're thinking about the future, it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, the next delegation on our list is James Adair with Cafes.
Am I good to start?
Yes, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I apologize for joining online. I'm in the heart of oil country in Calgary, and I'm waiting to board a plane so I can come back to Ottawa. But for the sake of brevity, can we go to slide 4 of the presentation? Awesome, thanks. So for context, the City of Ottawa declared a climate emergency in 2019. It signed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty and has a goal of net zero emissions by 2050. Last year, as stated earlier by Sam Hirsch, Ottawa residents began noticing and questioning various ads from fossil fuel lobbying groups on city infrastructure. These ads were on bus stops, they were in hockey rinks, they were really across the city. And these ads, often bright green in their design, were accurately described by many as greenwashing, which refers to the practice of making false or misleading statements about the environmental benefits of a product or practice. In response, people across Ottawa pushed the city to ban these greenwashing ads, a move also taken by the federal government as they directed the Competition Bureau to ban greenwashing. Since Councillor Menard's motion, and as detailed in the report by staff, the City of Toronto Council has asked Toronto staff to work on drafting a ban on ads that are greenwashing and inconsistent with the city's net zero emissions plan. In response to the federal government's ban on greenwashing, two groups, the Alberta Enterprise Group, whose board is primarily composed of oil and gas executives, and the Independent Contractors and Business Association, have challenged the move, with the courts yet to make a decision. I want to provide some historical context as well. The tobacco industry used many of the same tactics that the current fossil fuel lobby use, using ads to create doubt, funding front groups, and lobbying against regulation in the name of personal choice and economic impacts. Both industries use similar strategies to protect profits at the expense of public health and the environment. The response at the time was to ban tobacco ads, and that should be where we are headed in Ottawa and in Canada. Next slide, please. Allowing the next slide, please. And next slide. Next slide as well, yeah. Allowing the fossil fuel lobby to advertise on city property is part of the practice of normalizing the fossil fuel industry, which is the leading cause of the climate crisis. The fossil fuel lobby uses these ads to normalize and buy public goodwill for their practices, which result in higher emissions and the catastrophic consequences of climate change, which we've seen right here in Ottawa. These are not innocuous ads, but a coordinated campaign to reverse and stall climate action. As well, advertising messages on city-owned spaces should not be in direct contradiction with city policies and council stated objectives. That doesn't make sense. If public health were to say that seniors should get their COVID vaccines, the city wouldn't accept advertising that says, beware of COVID vaccines injecting you with nanobots. It just doesn't make sense. Next slide, please. We want to thank staff for the work they've done. There's a lot of good in this report, and Cafes is especially enthusiastic about recommendation 2, which includes pre-screening for greenwashing, which is a proactive step in the right direction. Cafes wants to thank staff for the work they've done on this report, and we understand the complex legal and liability issues that the city could face. While we're disappointed and disagree with the recommendation not to pursue a ban on fossil fuel ads, we want to encourage council and the city to wait until the challenge of the Competition Act is concluded before taking any action. We also want to encourage staff in their recommendations following the challenge to look at the link between fossil fuel ads and outcomes related to lowering greenhouse gas emissions, something city has committed to lowering, which was in the original directive from Councillor Menard. We know that fossil fuel advertising, much like tobacco advertising, goes against the stated values and goals of the City of Ottawa. Fossil fuel ads and the power of fossil fuel lobby are directly related. David Miller, a former mayor of Toronto and the North American director of C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group, recently said at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities meeting that many of you attended, that the fossil fuel lobby works by convincing individual cities and countries that their individual contribution is small, that we can, despite warnings from the world's leading scientists and global organizations, keep on burning gas. We know this is wrong. We also know that just as small additions to pollution snowball into systemic problems, the reverse is also true. Small local action may seem insignificant and it can be scary to rock the boat, but those actions add up. They inspire others. They make us all ask ourselves, what more can we do? Ottawa has a chance, by banning greenwashing and fossil fuel ads, to take a positive step. And I'm imploring you to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your delegation and for staying throughout the day. I'm not seeing hands up at this time, and I appreciate you being here. Next delegation is Tom Ledgely. Tom, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Tom Ledgely, and I'm the coordinator for Horizon Ottawa. We've been campaigning to get misleading fossil fuel advertisements banned from property owned by the city and OC Transpo for over a year now. We've talked extensively with countless residents about this issue, and there's a broad consensus that these ads don't belong on city property. We gathered over 1,100 signatures on our petition calling for this change, and now it's up to members of this committee and council to back up their talk about a climate emergency with some real action. These advertisements represent a major part of the fossil fuel industry's efforts to stand in the way of climate action and perpetuate the status quo for as long as they can. With billions in profits on the line as the world transitions away from fossil fuels, it's no wonder they're running advertisements in our downtown targeted at members of parliament. They want to introduce doubt about the economic viability of green energy in the minds of MPs and build support for continuing and expanding the extraction and burning of fossil fuels. Entering an advertising agreement does not mean that the city is endorsing the message of the advertiser. However, allowing these advertisements to be displayed on buses, bus stops, and other public infrastructure, like inside community centers, sends the message that the city doesn't see a problem with these ads' content. One of the biggest obstacles to making real progress in the fight against climate change is the constant barrage of misinformation, much of which comes from the fossil fuel industry themselves. In certain contexts, like entering an advertising agreement with the city, there are restrictions on how far they can take this misinformation. But when it comes to online discourse, all bets are off. It doesn't take a lot of scrolling on social media to see elected officials spouting outright lies about climate change, and these narratives don't just pop up out of nowhere. The best step that we can take towards combating this misinformation as a city is cutting off one of the sources for these claims. I hope that at the very least, you can ask yourselves why the fossil fuel industry would be spending all of this money on advertising in our downtown. Clearly, they see this as a worthwhile effort for their bottom line, and it's also pretty clear they're targeting elected officials. This is a lobbying effort from an industry known to cause severe harm to our health and the environment that is being at least partially facilitated by the city's willingness to partner with them. In response to this advertising, organizations like Horizon Ottawa, Ecology Ottawa, and CAPE, and cafes as well, have been campaigning to ban misleading fossil fuel ads. But this is far from a fair fight. As a massively profitable industry, the fossil fuel lobby has billions to spend on flashy ads all over the city. In contrast, we're funded by small donations from community members. I'm proud of the work that we've been able to accomplish on this campaign. Getting 1,100 residents to sign on to a petition is a great accomplishment. But at the end of the day, small nonprofit orgs simply cannot compete with the resources of the fossil fuel industry. Some of these ads from a group called Canada Action were found by ad standards to be misleading in nature, but they lack the enforcement power to do anything about it. Council has the authority to amend the city's advertising policy, which is why we're asking you to take action. I also want to point out the hypocrisy of using legal risks as an excuse to not explore banning fossil fuel ads, even though the city has declared a climate emergency. While the city is unwilling to take bold action to fight climate change, they are willing to take on significant legal risks to implement a bubble bylaw that would violate charter rights. It's very disappointing to see council members and city staff clearly prioritizing freedom of expression for the fossil fuel lobby, but not protecting those same rights for Ottawa residents. When making any decisions about this advertising policy, I urge you to consider the impacts of allowing these fossil fuel ads on city property and the perspectives of the hundreds of residents who have signed our petition. You have the opportunity to set a precedent for municipalities across the country and take a huge step towards a greener future. Please don't let it slip away. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation and for waiting today. I'm not seeing questions up at this time. We'll move on to Jen Martin.
Good afternoon. My
Hi,
name
Jen.
is Jennifer. Hi, how are you?
Great, thank you. You've got 5 minutes.
Wonderful. So I speak today as a parent and citizen who's deeply concerned about the environment and the future of all living organisms, including humans. I have 2 children, aged 11 and 13, and quite frankly, I'm terrified about the future they face. And they ask questions sometimes about, what's going to happen and what it's going to be like. And it's really scary, both for them and myself, not to have answers. At the same time, we have the fossil fuel lobby working day and night to convince citizens and governments that action is not required on climate change, even though they are the key driver of climate change. They do this because they want to keep on with business as usual, so they can continue to make lots of money and, in Canada, continue to receive generous subsidies from our federal government. This all goes against the science that says fossil fuels need to be phased out as soon as possible. Climate change is no longer some vague future threat. It's happening now. We've already surpassed 1.5 degrees of warming above pre-industrial levels. Canada is experiencing warming at twice the global level, and we see evidence such as, extreme wildfires that have become the norm across the country. We're running out of time to act. So why is it so important to ban fossil fuel ads? First of all, these advertisements normalize the consumption of fossil fuels and communicate to the public that there's no need to take action on climate change. The fact that these ads continue to be legal makes it seem as though those in public office are advocating this idea that there's no need to take action on climate change. And most worrying right now in this time of threats and tariffs from the United States, some of these ads have been pushing messaging that it's un-Canadian to be cutting back on gas and oil production. This at a time when there's so much focus among Canadians on supporting Canada. And as well as other delegates have mentioned, some of the messaging we're seeing from fossil fuel companies and even other governments within the country constitute greenwashing and making it seem as though these companies are making far more progress on reducing their carbon footprint than is actually happening. And this type of advertising also provides to those people who don't want to take action on climate change evidence to convince themselves and others that no action is needed. Case in point, we've really not been seeing much substance to climate policy coming from the federal government right now. Climate issues were barely even mentioned during the recent federal election. And this is, again, evidence that these ads are affecting public sentiment. Moreover, hearing government policies that speak about such things as unlocking Canada's energy potential, it tells me that these ads are affecting not just the general public, but also those in public office. Research has shown that messaging and advertising from fossil fuel companies have a huge impact on public sentiment and behavior, including adding substantial extra emissions to the atmosphere, preventing societal norms from changing, obstructing policy for a fossil fuel phase out, and misleading people about the harms of fossil fuels and the urgency of the climate crisis. Beyond climate change, fossil fuels are also harmful to public health, and bans have been successfully imposed on the advertising of other public health threats, such as cigarettes, firearms, and infant formula. Furthermore, other jurisdictions are implementing these types of policies, including Toronto and Montreal. And being one of the first Canadian cities to implement this type of policy will help to set a precedent for other Canadian cities. It will make it that much easier for other cities to do it. We'd be contributing to the fight against climate change, not just locally, but across all of Canada. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your delegation and also for waiting for today. Thanks again for being here. Our next delegation is Dean Lauer. Not seeing them online at this time. So we'll move to the next delegation. Josh Lalonde. I recognize it's been a long day with unpredictable timing for when this item might have come up. So we'll move on to Louise Green. Perfect. Nice to see you in person. You've got 5 minutes to delegate to committee.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I don't have any visuals. I have a short personal story to tell you. I live not far from here, and so on Saturday, I came to the open house on climate resiliency with my husband. I thought it was excellent. It was really good. I was disappointed there weren't more people there to appreciate the event. So from what I could see, there were two goals. One was to educate us, the public, always a good thing. And the other was to get a sense of our priorities, because there's a long, long list of action items for climate resiliency, and they all cost money, and there's limited money, which I've heard a lot about today related to waste management. Anyway, there's limited money for resiliency as well. And so we were asked to vote on what we thought were the most important items so that those things could be done first. So that was my morning. In the afternoon, I was walking along Elgin Street and I was going south, and just as on the east side, just as I passed Gilmore Street, there's a bus shelter there, and on the side of the bus shelter, there's one of those things that does digital ads. So as I was walking towards it, the ad came up, "Oil and natural gas make Canada stronger." And it lasted for about, I don't know, they last maybe 2 or 3 seconds. And then the next ad came up, and the next ad was from the city of Ottawa. It was really nice. It had, you know, those pretty city colors. And the first line of the ad was, "Our climate is changing." And it was an ad for the open houses on climate resiliency, one of which I had come to right here in the morning. And I thought, wow, like the revenue that we get as a city from that oil and gas ad, that wouldn't even pay for the open house, let alone all of the resiliency actions that we have to take. And why are we taking those actions? We're taking them because of oil and gas. So it bothered me all the way home, and that's why I'm here right now. Oil and gas ads used to say things like, they're all over downtown. They used to say things like, exporting oil and gas, exporting Canadian LNG will reduce global emissions. And of course, they can't say that anymore because now there's a law against greenwashing. So they've just pivoted to these other sorts of ads, like the one I saw, "Oil and gas make Canada stronger," which I assume is an economic argument, but really, yeah, like what does it really mean? But it makes you feel good. Like, yeah, you know, make us stronger. And when I went by on my way here this morning, I went by the same shelter, and that ad is still there. And there's also, I noticed an ad from the oil sands that's promoting all the employment in the oil sands. So clearly the industry is able to just pivot, and if they can't do one message, they're just going to do something else. And they're just going to keep doing it until we stop them. So I'm asking you, please take some action and make them stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I know that there's some ads in arenas, for example, that were present previously that I understand now are going to be banned or changed as a result of the action that's been taken here. I understand what you're saying, and I guess just if you have a comment on that around just some of the ads, I know you're saying that they might just change and just have a different type of message and still advertising for fossil fuel industry. But I do wonder with some of the more egregious greenwashing we're seeing, those being changed now as a result of staff's work with the review of the Competition Act and other cities. You see that as progress, or do you just see that they're going to change their message and it'll still be there?
I see it as some progress, but it's pretty minor progress in the grand scheme, I think. And I think other people who've delegated already made the point that it just normalizes the industry and makes us, and they're happy messages now. And I just don't think they should be here.
Thank you very much for your delegation and for being here for this amount of
Thank you.
time. Appreciate it. Okay, our next delegation is Rob Samilak. And Rob is online. Rob, thanks for staying with us for today.
Hello, thanks for having me, Chair. My name is Rob Samulak. I'm a registered nurse and I'm the chair of RNAO's Ontario Nurses for the Environment. The 54,400 member strong Registered Nurses Association of Ontario is calling for a ban on fossil fuel advertising comparable to the tobacco ad ban. I have done a lot of palliative care nursing. The climate threat is like a cancer. And it is no slow-growing cancer, but an aggressive metastatic terminal cancer. After 30 years of nearly useless treatments, the various tumors have only grown. We have tried to ignore it, thinking that it will go away, but we have started to notice some very troubling symptoms. Last week, smoke was filling our lungs. Taxpayer money was spent on evacuating tens of thousands of Canadians for weeks at a time. These people have experienced disrupted lives, disrupted work, disrupted medical treatments. Some had their whole livelihoods burned down. Our healthcare system will be dealing with the effects from the trauma for many years. This is not a one-off occurrence, however. It has become an annual season for the past decade, affecting every province. What has been this council's biggest challenge for the past couple of years? I'm going to guess that it's been around housing. So yes, the federal programs were cut in the 90s. Oh, stop that. Were cut in the 90s to balance the budget, but that's not all of it. The climate threat has led to conflict and migrant crises in many parts of the world, and the pressures of those migrant crises are affecting decisions made even at this table. In past years, there's been spring floods. 2022, there was a derecho, and then other years we've had unpredictable snow plow seasons, which make it really hard for this council to budget. These are all symptoms of an increasingly deadly cancer, and that doesn't include the human fatalities, which the International Congress of Nurses believes the climate change causes 13 million premature deaths globally, and the Harvard Chan School of Public Health says it's about 1 in 5 deaths. Many of those about 7 to 10 million of those deaths are heart attacks, strokes, pulmonary embolisms, asthma, and COPD exacerbations. They're directly related to air pollution that's caused by the combustion of fossil fuels. We know that smoking and asbestos exposure cause the vast majority of lung cancers. Well, what did we do for those cases? We banned tobacco advertising as well as the use of asbestos. Smoking rates went from about 50% of the population down to 11%. Lung cancer rates have dramatically decreased. It wasn't easy going though. These industries sued the various governments on Section 2, freedom of expression, but the elected leaders showed courage and didn't back down to the greed of these industries and tabled modified legislation. The climate threat is a far deadlier cancer that makes the tobacco and asbestos industries look minuscule in comparison. Before you today is a clinical trial of a radical new cancer treatment that looks extremely promising. Chemotherapy is nasty. There's nausea, vomiting, fatigue, hair loss, neuropathy, and scary things like febrile neutropenia that causes sepsis. This motion is similar. It's a similar kind of treatment. If effective, the fossil fuel companies will take the city to court. It will scare them. This motion scares them because it's precedent setting. They rely on the same disinformation campaigns that the tobacco industry used. They have been so effective that we squandered 3 decades of potential action by debating the diagnosis. It turns out the diagnosis was correct. The report that the city staff wrote for you is correct. They're doing their due diligence in protecting you as decision makers from the harms of the side effects from this treatment. But if we delay further, you are helping condemn us to this terminal disease. I would highly recommend that you take courage and go for the clinical trial treatment. It will not be an easy road, but it is morally right and one of the few hopes that we have left in this meaningful fight against this deadly disease. Please decide to make this fossil fuel ad ban happen with as little delay as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Rob, and for your presentation. I'm not seeing questions at this time, but appreciate your presence here. The next delegations are the Deputy Mayor Barker from The Hague. And there's also there's another delegation as well from The Hague. And they've attached videos to their delegation. So what's going to happen is because I don't believe they've stayed online for the entire meeting with us here. Melinda's going to share the videos that they sent out with council. So they're there in the shared drive. And Melinda's also going to share them around to committee. The Hague, just for context, was the first city to ban advertisements promoting fossil fuel products and carbon intensive services. And then they had a legal claim made by a Dutch trade company, and they had a precedent case in Europe, and they won. So that's why they were going to delegate to us today. The next delegation, those videos will be sent out to you. The next delegation is Edelweiss Dandria. And you're in person with us. That's fantastic. So you can come up to the front and you'll have 5 minutes to address committee. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. I don't have much to say. I'm speaking off the cuff. There is definitely a different level of expectation in terms of legitimacy and access to messaging. I have been an advocate and I've been involved with dozens of groups putting up information about environmental issues, human rights issues, social justice issues. And when the groups that I've been involved with try to put up information, we only have access to the telephone poles with the cuffs around them. And I walk around with my tape and I'm like finagling with the paper. And in the meantime, the fossil fuel companies, which have huge budgets, have access to messaging on legitimate places, places which lend credibility to their messages on buses, and which contain information that if a grassroots organization tried to convey, for example, animal rights advocates would be disallowed. So there is so there's a very different degree of expectation in terms of what grassroots organizations can do, which are for the good of the public, and what fossil fuel companies can do. I would also like to mention that, here we go. Okay. I would really like to stress the bigger picture, which is where are we going with the climate crisis? We have already reached a 1.5 degrees of warming. This is an existential crisis. Naomi Klein has recently said, we are in a moment when the elites understand that our economic model is at war with life on Earth. Democracy is being eroded at all levels. The bubble bylaw, for example, is an example of that. City Hall is being protected. You have to walk through, gates. The Bill 5 just was rammed through at the provincial level, and at the federal level, Bill 5 is being fast-tracked. So where are we going with climate change? I believe that it's the
it is literally the end of the world. And I think that by allowing fossil fuel companies to advertise and to confuse the messages, we are perpetuating the confusing belief that everything is okay and that we can continue to do what we are doing with impunity. Whereas the fossil fuel companies have known what they are doing for decades now, and that that if we really continue on this course, we are looking at human extinction. We've already lost 73% of all animals since 1970. The sixth mass extinction is progressing at a great pace. And so I would urge you to do what you can, which is to ban fossil fuel advertising. Thank you.
I want to thank you for being here and to delegate to us. I saw you come in earlier and you waited for a long time to speak with us on a very important matter. So thank you for being here. It's appreciated. The next delegation up is Leah Temple.
Hello.
Hi, Leah.
Hi.
You've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and thank you to all the moving and compelling delegates. So I'm Dr. Leah Temper. I'm the Director of Health and Economic Policy at the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, and we are a physician-led environmental health organization. And we were very disappointed to see the staff recommendation that focused narrowly on greenwashing compliance. So additional screening is necessary and welcome. Of course, it's necessary to ensure that advertising does not mislead the public. And actually, CAPE was key in securing those amendments, those greenwashing amendments. And I'm very happy to answer questions about the timeline, the court case. But all of that should not lead to delaying action on the more fundamental question of promoting health-harming products. And also the question that the original motion asked the staff to examine of consistency of this advertising with the city's vision, policies, and values, which has still not been examined. So of course, we'd like to urge the council to go farther and put in place an advertising ban to protect human health, and particularly the health of children and infants. And in March 2024, we were, along with 23 other health and environmental organizations, we highlighted our health professionals that led the fight to ban tobacco advertising are now demanding action on fossil fuels due to the scientific consensus on climate health impacts. And yesterday, we also published an open letter to the city, co-signed again by 10 health and environmental organizations, reaffirming this demand. And last week, Ottawa was once again blanketed in wildfire smoke, recalling 2023, where air problems led to emergency advisories and hospital surges. So this is a health crisis that constituents are suffering today, but with life-altering effects. And particularly infants exposed to wildfire smoke are at a higher risk of developing respiratory infections, reduced lung function, and long-term asthma, while prenatal exposure impacts birth weight and brain development. So the recommendation points out that tobacco ads are banned federally and fossil fuel ads are not yet, as a justification to take no action. But as a previous delegate, Sam, pointed out, the federal ban was a result of local leadership on these issues, and over 45 cities worldwide have taken action. The UN Secretary General has also called for every country in the world to put in place such bans. And the city has already recognized that when commercial advertising conflicts with population level public health goals, comprehensive restrictions are justified. So we already have existing bans on advertising products like formula and firearms, but there's no national prohibitions on these bans. And just to go into the formula question. So formula, it's a life-saving product. It serves an essential need, but the ads are banned, even truthful ads, because the World Health Organization believes that parents can only take informed decisions about feeding practices based on objective evidence free from commercial influence. The understanding is that formula should be available but not promoted. So the same principle must apply to fossil fuels. Ottawa has declared a climate emergency, committed to a series of climate actions, and platforming these ads undermines these commitments. And as many of the other delegates have mentioned, public health messaging cannot compete with the marketing budgets of fossil fuel companies. And the legal precedent does support such restrictions. The Supreme Court of Canada upheld limits on commercial advertising where public health is at stake. This is a balancing exercise. So we have different rights that are at stake here. And the Supreme Court did affirm that expression can justifiably be curtailed when the harms are severe and well documented. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court of Canada qualified climate change as, I quote, a threat of the highest order to the future of humanity, which cannot be ignored. And the court wrote, if these do not constitute special circumstances, it is hard to conceive that any such circumstances could ever exist. And I would also like to highlight that unlike tobacco, which...
Wrap up there. Thank you. Just last comment.
Okay. So yes, as I was saying, tobacco primarily harms users and fossil fuels primarily harm vulnerable populations who cannot consent or protect themselves, leading to a stronger ethical justification for these bans. So of course, I would ask the committee to take the necessary action, and the court case on Bill C-59, the lawfare, and their refusal to even
You've got a question from Councillor. So your 5 minutes are up. I appreciate try to get the last words in there. Councillor Hill does have a question for you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much. Dr. Temper, thank you for your delegation. I want to expand, I think, some of the discussion a little bit here because you spoke to the health harm. You highlighted in particular the impacts on children and infants and the need to balance public health. And I wanted to ask, from your position of expertise, how does poverty impact on health? And I think it's reasonable to offer that question because we do need to look at the balance of the economic issues when it comes to costs for heating in particular, and how that impacts primarily on our most vulnerable, the poorest, middle class. And I would just want to get your perspective on, the health impacts on poverty and economic, concerns for our most vulnerable.
Sure. And I should preface this by saying I am a doctor, PhD, but not a medical doctor. I am an employee with the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. So regarding your question, of course, I'm not sure if I understand all of the relevance to the issue at hand. I believe that the amount of revenue brought in by fossil fuel advertising, it wasn't in the city's recommendation, but I believe it was around the mark of $100,000 a year. So certainly not a critical element of the city's budget and not by any means any way to alleviate the issues associated with the social determinants of health. In this case, we look at something along with social determinants of health, which we know are, of course, defining, as you mentioned, also commercial determinants of health. So this allows us to see how corporate practices such as marketing and political influence also shape health outcomes. So I think that's a more relevant question here, but even to, houses that have gas stoves that are old and not functioning well, they might not have very good ventilation or strong enough fans. That is exposing children in those homes to increased risk of asthma. So, fossil fuel companies are continuing to promote natural gas in the home without these warnings, without this sort of information. And we have a court case currently against the Canadian Gas Association with the Competition Bureau about these misleading practices, them advertising gas as being clean to people in their homes. And their ads literally say, breathe easy. And 3 years later, there has still not been a resolution on this case. So I do appreciate the attention that's been given to the greenwashing question, but it's really sidestepping the more fundamental issue. And I would really direct the council to not allow the lawfare of the fossil fuel industry and their resistance to even have truthful advertising, according to the greenwashing legislation, really shows their intentions here. So, yeah, we're really asking the council to be bold, and we believe that the legal case is very, very strong.
Okay, thank you very much for that response, Councillor Hill. All good on your end? Okay. Okay, that is our last delegation on this item. I do just want to open up if there's any discussion on the item by committee members, and if not, I'll proceed with that direction. Now a motion. Do councillor members have any questions or comments?
This is asking for a debate on the motion?
No, it's just on the item that we've heard about.
On the report?
The item is on the
Okay.
report. It's feel free to speak to that, or if you'd like the direction, which has been turned into a motion now. So open the floor. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it's more on the direction. The label of it is fossil fuels. I'm just looking, was that something that was suggested as a title by staff?
Sorry, what is the question? I didn't understand.
Well,
what you're
the
saying.
direction related to fossil fuels advertising.
Yes.
Do we use the term fossil fuels as city staff?
Chair, I believe the context of this discussion, going back to the initial set of ads that came up, was I think that generic term was used by the initial complaints that came in on this. It's not necessarily a tagline that the city itself would use. Generally, we refer to products individually,
Yeah,
as oil or
combustible
gas
fuels.
or whatever the
Yeah.
product is. But I believe that the initial complaint about this went broadly because the ad itself suggested oil and gas, and it was combined as fossil fuels.
Okay. So with this direction, when we vote on it, automatically becomes a motion. Chair, was that yourself that had moved this direction?
Yes, it's my direction.
Okay. Would you take it as a friendly amendment to remove the word fossil fuels and just leave it combustible fuels, or something that we actually use as part of the city's vocabulary?
The first portion is not the direction. The second portion is.
Yeah.
And I don't think we refer to it in the second portion. So, I mean, yeah, you could call it what you like, right? So the first portion is not the direction. The second portion, I guess, as part of the motion would be that therefore be it resolved.
Yeah.
And in that therefore be it resolved, we've got just a report back without any mention. So I think to me it's okay as is. And I'll speak to my own views around whether these are fossil fuel or not,
absolutely.
or fossil fuel ads when I wrap up.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just, again, with the titling of it too, I think it's a little inflammatory. I just want to ensure that we're using the same verbiage as what the city uses. I'm assuming we're not going to change that, but that's okay. And thank you for your time, and look forward to the rest of the debate and discussion.
No, I appreciate that. And yeah, sometimes we have different language. Like the city doesn't like when I use the word free transit. They like to say sometimes they like to say no charge transit. So in any event, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the report that was brought forward by staff. I appreciate the work that was done for that. With regard to the Menard motion, I do have some minor concern with it. Principally, I don't know that we need to be asking staff to do more work on this. I assume that if there is some substantive change in either federal policy or something that would drive a change in how another level of government does something, that staff would inform us of that. But just to speak to the debate that's come forward, I do think that there's been a substantively one-sided perspective to the discussion today. Frankly, the vast majority of homes in Ottawa are heated with fossil fuels, combustibles, whatever we want to call them. We need to be careful in limiting legitimate debate. Last fall, the principal discussion in the federal election was on carbon tax. So as soon as we start saying that we need to limit public engagement on issues that are worthy of being in the public realm, and I think energy prices and energy policies in Canada are a legitimate topic for debate. It's a political issue. To restrain the ability to represent concerns about energy and energy policies in Canada, it favors looking at options that could potentially be substantially more expensive for our residents. If we did not, if we were to see a situation in Ottawa where substantive natural gas infrastructure was no longer functional and we needed to change over neighborhoods to electricity in the short term, I do believe that that would have substantive impacts on individual family members' economies, you know, their ability to pay for their quality of life. And it would push our folks that are just in the bottom end of the middle class down into poverty. And it would take the people who are currently in poverty and push them even further down. Because one of the principal expenses that we have are energy expenses. So I completely respect the fact that we talk about the health harm that comes from the environmental concerns. We had a 3-hour discussion on the health harm that goes with our solid waste management, and that's a reasonable debate to have. But to suggest that there's health harm that comes from advertising and having public dialogue and debate on a topic, I do think merits consideration from Section 2 of the Charter. You know, there were comparisons made today about looking at security and safety of institutions in Ottawa as it compares to advertising. I don't think that comparison fits at all. People's lives are not being put at risk when we advertise and publicly debate something. And in fact, what we heard from one of our delegates today was the balance in that there was a fossil fuel ad that talked about the debate in favor of energy. And then right after that was a City of Ottawa ad talking about environmental policy, a balanced debate, a balanced discussion. And that's the whole point of free speech. So I will not be supporting them in our motion. I do support the report that came forward, and I appreciate the debate and the discussion today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Just to clarify for staff, there is no report to approve today. Is that correct? It's just a.
That's correct, Chair. There is an IPD before committee that's been put on for discussion.
Okay.
I should note that the city clerk has confirmed that should the motion pass, it would rise to council. The matter would rise to council as it requires work on staff and also speaks to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee in terms of reporting back.
Thanks so much for that clarification. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Can we just have a staff comment on how much work this entails, just what's being asked here? So this is about following a legal challenge.
Chair, the work in terms of this is a monitoring until the court decides, understanding whatever decision comes forward, and then writing a report to bring back to committee and council sometime in the future when that would happen.
Would you be doing this regardless?
We would certainly be doing the monitoring part because we need to know what the greenwashing provisions outcome will be once it's before the courts. We would not respond back to council because we are saying we will include this in our policy. The only pertinent change would be if the court altered any of that, and then we would want council to know.
Thank you. So if the ruling was something that was then in contravention of our policy, right, then staff would have to come back to us and tell us, hey, this is now in contravention of our policy. We need to change our policy. This is going to happen depending on what the ruling is, right? So I would say that I don't know that we absolutely have to pass this, but if there is no change to our policy required, then we would just not hear anything. So what I think the mover is saying is he wants a report one way or the other. Is that what I'm understanding? And maybe the mover can say.
Yeah, that's the idea. They're monitoring it, certainly. It may come back to us, it may not. I think given the context, because there's some changes from the IPD that are being made to city policy. Given the context, it makes sense for us to get a report back, a memo saying they've upheld this or they haven't.
Okay, so can I understand from staff, does this entail a lot of work? Are you imagining yes or no?
No.
Okay, so I don't really have that big a deal. I don't have any big problem with this. The one thing I will say is that this is about greenwashing, right? And I know you people don't care, and I'm not going to have any impact on you, but I don't know why the fossil fuel industry, the gas and oil industry, doesn't just simply say, every single thing you see, look at, you're wearing, you eat, has a basis in fossil fuels. Every single thing, plastics, the clothes you wear, somehow they were delivered by a machine that had gasoline. The trees that were cut down to build this desk were fueled by gas. Like every single thing in our world has some relation to the fossil fuel industry. So I don't know why they don't just say, you see what we do? We enable all these things, and just not be about greenwashing. Oh, we're green and we're lovely. No, but they just provide everything that we need in our society. And that would be truth. And then the truth would be out there and we wouldn't have to worry about the greenwashing. I don't know why everybody has so many problems, honest to God. It's actually ridiculous. And if you want to read some good books, read The Long Emergency, read how the world really works. And that will show you the evidence that every single thing you eat has some basis in fossil fuels. How do you think it got here? So I don't know, this greenwashing stuff, whatevs. But if we're going to monitor a legal decision and then change our policy, fine, whatever.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll just wrap up on the piece. It was a direction before, but I will wrap up on what's come forward here. A little over a year ago, I did introduce a motion asking the city to review the ban on fossil fuel ads. The reason was simple, and that's that climate change is the single greatest threat we face in the future. In our discussions around the asset management plans a few weeks ago, we saw the way that staff are correctly evaluating this risk. It's a fundamental threat to our infrastructure, service provision, and the well-being of residents. To have advertisements promoting the burning of fossil fuels on city property and in public spaces conflicts with this reality, to say the least. And you know, we've banned certain things in the past, like coal burning. We don't do that as much in Canada anymore because there's a human health risk to it. More and more is being discovered about the human health risks to other sorts of fossil fuels. And today in this staff memo, we're seeing a step in the right direction. And I want to commend staff for their work. The legal landscape around fossil fuel advertisements in Canada is rapidly evolving. And in the face of that, we see today staff aligning with our advertising policy with the anti-greenwashing legislation under the Competition Act, which allows us to refuse advertisements with false, unverified, or misleading environmental claims. The ads that were in those arenas that a lot of people were concerned about and in other places in Ottawa, those are now going to be disallowed. They're not going to be allowed here anymore because they're characterized as greenwashing by the Competition Bureau. We see a move towards greater clarity with responsibilities of staff in evaluating these ads and screening them out where there's anti-greenwashing legislation that makes it possible. Right now, the basis for the next steps is under threat with an ongoing legal challenge against the Competition Act. And the purpose of the staff-approved direction or motion now is to allow us to monitor that court decision and respond appropriately. More is obviously needed and to be reviewed in the future. And I'm grateful to staff for agreeing to continue to monitor the situation so we're able to take action as needed. So the motion, I'll just read the second portion because that's really where it is staff shall therefore be directed to monitor the decision which results from this ongoing legal challenge, and upon delivery of a court decision, prepare and provide a report to Finance and Corporate Service Committee and Environment Committee regarding the results and any further action potentially required as it pertains to the City of Ottawa advertising policy. Do folks want yeas and nays, or are you prepared to carry? Yeas and nays? Okay, that's fine. Sounds good.
Councillor Lula. Yeah.
Councillor Hill,
Nope.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor King,
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Connor, Chair Menard,
Yes.
10 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I know it's been a long meeting and I appreciate everyone being here. It's been a good meeting. We've had a lot of good discussion here. Are there any notices of motion for our subsequent meeting? Okay, I'm not seeing any inquiries people want to put in or other business. Okay, so we're adjourned. Our next meeting is going to be Tuesday, September 16th. Thanks very much, everybody.